The second book, Pantagruel, king of the Dipsods, given in his true character, together with his terrible deeds and acts of prowess, composed by the late M. Alcofribas, abstractor of the Quintessence. Designed by Master Hugh Salel, to the author of this book. If for combining profit with delight, an author wins great popular renown, you shall be praised, of that be certain quite. I know it well. In this small book alone, your understanding in its jolly tone has drawn so well what useful is to us, that I can see a new Democritus, mocking the deeds done in the life of a man. Go on, and if not meritorious in earthly view, be praised in heaven's domain. The author's prologue. Most illustrious and most valorous champions, noblemen, and others, who gladly devote yourselves to all gentle and honest pursuits, you have recently seen, read, and come to know the great and inestimable chronicles of the enormous giant Gargantua, and as true believers have nobly believed them, and you have often amused yourselves in the company of ladies and maidens by telling them fine long stories from that book, when you are short of other conversation, for which you are deserving of great praise and to be eternally remembered. So far as I am concerned, I would have every man put aside his proper business, take no care for his trade, and forget his own affairs, in order to devote himself entirely to this book. I would have him allow no distraction or hindrance from elsewhere to trouble his mind, until he knows it by heart, so that if the art of printing happen to die out, or all books should come to perish, everyone should be able in time to come to teach it thoroughly to his children and to transmit it to his successors and survivors, as if from hand to hand, like some religious Kabbalah. For there is more profit in it than may be imagined by a rabble of scabby swaggerers, who understand far less of these jolly little productions than Raclette does of the institutes. I have known high and mighty noblemen in great numbers, hunters of great game or hawkers after ducks, who, if the game happened not to be caught where it was expected, or the hawk saw her prey gaining on her by power of wing and began to hover, grew most annoyed, as you know well enough. But their refuge and comfort, and their method of avoiding a chill, was to reread the inestimable deeds of the said Gargantua. There are others in the world, these are no fairy tales, who, when greatly afflicted with a toothache, after expending all their substance on doctors without any result, have found no readier remedy than to put the said chronicles between two fine linen sheets, well warmed, and apply them to the seat of the pain, dusting them first with a little dry dung powder. But what shall I say of the poor victims of pox and gout? Oh, how often we have seen them at a moment when they were well anointed and thoroughly greased, with their faces shining like a larder lock plate, and their teeth rattling like the keys on the manual of an organ or a spinet when it is being played, and their gullets foaming like a wild boar which the hounds have driven into the toils. And what were they doing then? Their one consolation was to have some pages of this book read to them, and some of them we have seen who would have given themselves to 100 barrels full of old devils if they had not felt a perceptible alleviation of their pain from the reading of the said book, while they were being kept in the sweat-room, exactly as women do in the pangs of childbirth, when the life of St. Margaret is read to them. Is that nothing? Find me a book in any language, on any subject or science whatever, that has such virtues, properties, and prerogatives, and I will pay you a quart of tripe. No, gentlemen, no. It is peerless, incomparable, and beyond comparison. This I maintain to any point short of the stake. And those who would maintain otherwise, let them be reckoned deceivers, predestination men, impostors, and seducers. It is very true that one finds in some books of luxuriant growth certain occult properties, and among these are counted Tospint, Orlando Furioso, Robert the Devil, Fierabras, William the Fearless, Huon of Bordeaux, Mandeville, and Matabrune, but they are not comparable to the book of which we speak. The world has thoroughly acknowledged by infallible experience the great returns and benefits proceeding from this gargantuan chronicle, for more copies of it have been sold by the printers in 2 months than there will be of the Bible in 9 years. Wishing, therefore, to increase your entertainment still further, I, your humble slave, offer you now another book of the same stamp, though one a little more reasonable and credible than the last. But do not suppose, unless you wish to be willfully deceived, that I speak of it as the Jews do of the law. I was not born under that planet, nor have I ever come to lie or to affirm a thing to be true that was not. I speak of it as a lusty onocrotery. No, I mean crotonotary of martyred lovers and croconotary of love. Quod vidimus testimur, we testify to what we have seen. A quotation from Revelation. It tells of the horrific feats and deeds of Pantagruel, whom I have served for wages since I grew out of my pagehood till today. When, by his leave, I have come to visit my pastures and discover if any of my kindred survives there. Therefore, to make an end of my prologue, I offer myself, body and soul, tripe and bowels, to 100,000 basket-loads of fine devils, in case I lie in so much as a single word in the whole of this history. And similarly may St. Anthony's fire burn you, the epilepsy throw you, the thunderstroke and leg ulcers rack you, dysentery seize you, and may the erysipelas with its tiny cow hair rash and quicksilver's pain on top through your arsehole enter up, and like Sodom and Gomorrah may you dissolve into sulfur fire and the bottomless pit, in case you do not firmly believe anything that I tell you in this present chronicle. 1. Of the origin and antiquity of the great Pantagruel. It will be no idle or unprofitable matter, seeing that we have leisure, to remind you of the fount and origin from which the good Pantagruel was born to us. For I observe that all good historiographers have thus dealt with their chronicles, not only the Arabs, barbarians, and Romans, but also the heathen Greeks, who were everlasting boozers. It is fitting that you should note, therefore, that at the beginning of the world, I am speaking of a distant date, more than 40 times 40 nights ago, to count by the method of the ancient Druids, a little after Abel was killed by his brother Cain, the earth, being soaked in the blood of the righteous, was that day so very fertile in all those fruits that from her loins she bears for us, and especially in medlars, that from time immemorial it has been called the year of the great medlars, for 3 of them went to a bushel. In that year the kalends were fixed by the Greek almanacs. The month of March was outside Lent, and mid-August fell in May. In the month of October, I believe, or perhaps in September, if I am not mistaken, and I want to take particular care not to be, came the week so famous for our annals that it is called the week of 3 Thursdays, for it had 3 of them on account of the irregular bisextiles, since the sun strayed a little to the left, as we forgive our debtors, and the moon veered more than 10 feet from her course, and the movement of trepidation in the firmament, which is called a plains, was clearly observed, for the middle Pleiad left her companions and declined towards the equinoctial, and the star called Spica left the constellation of the Virgin and moved away towards the scales, which are very alarming happenings, and so hard and difficult that the astrologers cannot get their teeth into them. Their teeth would have been pretty long indeed if they could have reached as far as that. Account it is a fact that everybody gladly ate those medlars, for they were pleasant to the eyes and a delight to the taste, but just as Noah, the holy man to whom we are so much obliged and indebted for his having planted us the vine from which comes that ambrosial, delicious, precious, celestial, joyous, and deific liquor called wine, made a mistake in drinking it, since he did not know its great virtue and power. So the men and women of that time ate this fine thing, big fruit, with great delight. As a result, a variety of accidents befell them. All of them were afflicted with a most horrible swelling on the body, though not all in the same place. For some swelled in the belly, and their bellies became round, like great wine vats, whence comes the phrase, ventrum omnipotentum, almighty belly, a play on patrum omnipotentem, or Father Almighty. They were all honest men and good jokers, and of their stock was born Saint Fat Paunch and Mardi Gras. Others swelled at the shoulders and became so humpbacked they were called montifers, that is, hill carriers, and you will still see them about the world, of different sexes and rank. From this stock came Aesop, whose excellent deeds and sayings you have in writing. Others grew in the length of that member which is called nature's laborer, so that it grew marvelously long, big, stout, fat, lusty, and proud, after the ancient fashion, so much so that men made use of it as a belt, twisting it 4 or 5 times around the body. But if it happened to be in good fettle and sailing before the wind, you would have said when you saw them that such men had their lances couched rejoicing at the quantain. Of these the stock is extinct, so the ladies say, for they are continually lamenting that there are no more of those stout, etc. You know the rest of the song. Others grew so enormously in the area of the testicles that 3 of these organs comfortably filled a hogshead. From them are descended the big balls of Lorraine, which never stay in a codpiece, but always fall to the bottom of the breeches. Others grew long in the leg, and when you saw them, you would have taken them for cranes or flamingos, or perhaps for people walking on stilts, and little schoolboys call them in Latin iambics. Side note, iambics, a pun on jambes, or legs. End side note. In others, the nose grew so much that it looked like the spout of a retort, striped all over and starred with little pustules, pullulating, purpled, pimpled, enameled, studded, and embroidered goals, as you have seen in the case of Cannon Bellybag and of Clubfoot, the Angers physician. Of this stock were a few who loved barley water, but they were all devoted to the Septembral juice. From them Naso and Ovid derive their origins, also all those of whom it is written, Ne reminisceris, do not remember my sins. In others the ears grew till they were so great that out of one of them you could have made a doublet, a pair of breeches, and a jacket, and have covered yourself with the other, as with the Spanish cape. And it is said that in Bourbonnais the race still persists, whence comes the term Bourbon ears. Others grew in the length of their bodies, and of these came the giants, and of them Pantagruel. The first with Chalbroth, who begat Cerebroth, who begat Farabroth, who begat Hurtali, who was a great consumer of soups and rain in the time of the flood, who begat Nimrod, who begat Atlas, who with his shoulders kept the heavens from falling, who begat Goliath, who begat Eryx, who was the inventor of the game of thimble rigging, who begat Titus, who begat Arion, who begat Polyphemus, who begat Caucus, who begat Etion, who was the first to get the pox through not having drunk fresh in the summer, who begat Enceladus, who begat Sais, who begat Tiophæus, who begat Alois, who begat Otis, who begat Aegon, who begat Briareus, who had 100 hands, who begat Porphyrio, who begat Adamastor, who begat Antaius, who begat Agatho, who begat Porus, against whom Alexander the Great fought, who begat Oranthus, who begat Gabara, who was the first inventor of drinking healths, who begat Goliath of Secundilla, who begat Ophat, who had a terribly fine nose through drinking from the cask, who begat Artacaeus, who begat Oromedon, who begat Gamagog, who was the inventor of pointed shoes, who begat Sisyphus, who begat the Titans, from whom sprang Hercules, who begat Enoch, who was the very expert in taking little worms out of the hands, who begat Fierabras, who was beaten by Oliver, peer of France and companion of Roland, who begat Morgan, who was the first in this world to play at dice with his spectacles, who begat Fracassus, of whom Merlin Coquai has written, from whom sprang Ferragus, who begat Hapemouche, who was the first inventor of smoking ox tongues over the fire, for until then people salted them as they do hams, who begat Bolivorax, who begat Longus, who begat Goyoff, whose balls were of poplar and whose member was of sorb-wood, who begat Mascaphane, who begat Brucelifer, who begat Engolevent, who begat Galahad, the inventor of flagons, who begat Mirlangalt, who begat Galafre, who begat Philordin, who begat Roboaster, who begat Sortebrant of Coimbra, who begat Brulont of Momir, who begat Bruyere, who was beaten by Ogier the Dane, peer of France, who begat Maubrun, who begat Futasnun, who begat Haquelebach, who begat Vitigrain, who begat Grandgausier, who begat Gargantua, who begat the noble Pantagruel, my master. I know very well that in reading this passage you will feel in your hearts a very reasonable doubt and ask how it is possible that this should be so, seeing that at the time of the flood the whole world perished except Noah and 7 persons with him in the ark, amongst whom the said Hurtali is not included. No doubt the question is well put and quite justified, but unless my wits are badly calked, my reply will satisfy you. Since I was not alive in that age, and so cannot tell you anything of my own invention, I will cite the authority of the Masoretes, those well-hung fellows and fine Hebraic bagpipers, who affirm that, in fact, Hurtali was not in Noah's ark. Indeed, he could not get in, for he was too big, but he sat astride of it, with 1 foot on each side, as small children do on hoppy horses, or as the great bull of Bern, who was killed at Marignan, riding astride on a great stone-hurling cannon, which is undoubtedly a beast of a fine jolly pace. In this fashion, by God's aid, he saved the said ark from danger, for he kept it balanced with his legs, and with 1 foot turned it whichever way he wished, as one does a ship with a tiller. The people inside sent him up abundant victuals through a chimney to reward him for the service he was doing them, and sometimes they chatted together, as Icaro-Menippus did with Jupiter, according to Lucian's account. Have you thoroughly understood all this? Then drink a good draught of water, for if you do not believe it— Indeed I don't, said she. 2. Of the nativity of the most redoubted Pantagruel. Gargantua, at the age of 444 years, begat his son Pantagruel upon his wife Badebec, daughter of the king of the Amorites in Utopia, who died in childbirth, for he was so amazingly large and so heavy that he could not come into the world without suffocating his mother. But in order fully to understand the cause and reason of the name which was given to him at baptism, you will note that in that year there was so great a drought throughout all the land of Africa that 36 months, 3 weeks, 4 days, 13 hours, and somewhat more passed without rain, and with the sun's heat so torrid that the whole earth was parched by it. Indeed, the heat was no more violent in the days of Elijah than it was then, for there was not a tree in the land that had either leaf or flower. The grass lost its green, the rivers drained away, the springs ran dry, the poor fish, abandoned by their own element, strayed and cried on the ground most horribly. The birds fell from the air through lack of dew. The wolves, foxes, stags, boars, deers, hares, rabbits, weasels, martins, badgers, and other animals were to be found dead in the fields, with their throats gaping. As for men, their case was most piteous. You would have seen them lolling out their tongues like greyhounds that have run for 6 hours. Many threw themselves into wells, others crept into a cow's belly to be in the shade, and these Homer calls alibantes. The whole country was at a standstill. It was pitiable to see the pains that mortals took to save themselves from this dreadful plight. It was hard work to keep the holy water in the churches from being exhausted, but they so organized it, by the advice of my lords, the cardinals, and the Holy Father, that no one dared to take more than 1 dip. Yet when anyone entered the church, you might have seen scores of poor thirsty souls coming up behind him, and him distributing it to anyone who had his mouth wide open to catch a drop of it, like the wicked rich man, in order that nothing should be lost. Oh, how fortunate in that year was the man who had a cool and well-furnished cellar. Side note, a reference to the story of Dives, the rich man, in Luke 16. End side note. The philosopher relates, in debating the question of why the waters of the sea are salty, that at the time when Phoebus handed over the driving of his light-giving chariot to his son, Phaeton, the said Phaeton, unskilled in the art of not knowing how to follow the ecliptic line between the 2 tropics of the sun's orbit, strayed from his track and approached so near to the earth that he dried up all the lands beneath him, scorching a large portion of the sky, which the philosophers call Via Lactea, the Milky Way, and simpletons call St. James's Path, although the more highfalutin poets say that it is the region where Juno's milk fell when she suckled Hercules. A time when the earth was so heated that it burst into a great sweat, which caused it to sweat out the whole sea, which for that reason is salty, for all sweat is salty, which you will admit to be true if you taste your own, or that of pox patients when they make them sweat. It is all one to me. An almost similar case occurred in that year, for one Friday when everyone was at devotions, and they were making a fine procession with all manner of litanies and grand sermons, calling on God Almighty to deign with his eye of mercy to look down on them in their great distress. Great drops of water were plainly seen to break out of the earth, as when someone bursts into a copious sweat. And the poor people began to rejoice as if there had been something to their profit. For some said that there was not a drop of moisture in the air from which they could expect rain, and that the earth was making up for this lack. Others learned people said that it was rain from the antipodes, about which Seneca tells in the 4th book of his Questions Naturales, in speaking of the origin and source of the river Nile. But they were mistaken, for after the procession, when each one wanted to gather up some of this dew and drink it by the bowlful, they found that it was only brine, saltier and far nastier than salt water. And because Pantagruel was born on that very day, his father gave him the name he did. For Panta in Greek is equivalent to all, and gruel in the Hagarian language is as much as to say thirsty, by this meaning to infer that at the hour of the child's nativity, the world was all thirsty, and also seeing, in a spirit of prophecy, that one day his son would be ruler over the thirsty, as was demonstrated to him at that very hour by another sign even more convincing. For when the child's mother, Badebec, was being delivered of him, and the midwives were waiting to receive him, there came first out of her womb 68 mule drivers, each pulling by the collar a mule heavily laden with salt, after which came out 9 dromedaries loaded with hams and smoked ox tongues, 7 camels loaded with salted eels, and then 24 cartloads of leeks, garlics, and onions, all of which greatly alarmed the said midwives. But some of them said, "Here is fine fare. We were only drinking slackly, not like Saxons. This is bound to be a good sign. These are spurs to wine." And while they were gossiping among themselves about such little matters, out came Pantagruel, as shaggy as a bear, whereupon one of them said in a spirit of prophecy, "He is born with all his hair. He will perform wonders, and if he lives, he'll reach a ripe age." 3. Of the mourning Gargantua made for the death of his wife, Badebec. When Pantagruel was born, no one could have been more astonished and perplexed than his father Gargantua. For seeing on the one side his wife Badebec newly dead, and on the other his son Pantagruel, newly born and so big and handsome, he did not know what to say or do. His mind was troubled with the doubt whether he ought to weep in mourning for his wife or laugh out of delight at his son. On either side he found sophistical arguments which took his breath away, for he framed them very well in modo et figura, by the method and figure of the syllogism. But he could not resolve them, and consequently he remained trapped, like a mouse caught in pitch, or a kite taken in a noose. "Shall I weep?" said he. "Yes, why then? Because my wife, who was so good, is dead. She was the most this, and the most that ever was in the world. I shall never see her again, and I shall never find one like her. This is a loss beyond all calculation. O my God, what have I done to thee that thou shouldst punish me so? Why didst thou not send death to me before sending it to her? For to live without her is no more than a lingering death. Ah, Badebec, my sweet, my darling, my little coney. Hers was a good 3 acres and 2 roods in size for all that. My tenderling, my codpiece, my shoe, my slipper, never shall I see you again. O poor Pantagruel, you have lost your good mother, your sweet nurse, your beloved lady. Ah, false death, how unkind you are to me, how cruel you are to me, to wrench from me her whose rightful due is immortality." And as he spoke, he sobbed like a cow. But when Pantagruel came into his mind, he suddenly began laughing like a calf. "Ho, my little son," he cried, "my balaklet, my footkin, how pretty you are! How grateful I am to God for having given me such a fine son, such a jolly little fellow, so smiling and gay. Ho, 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 how glad I am! Let's drink ho, and banish all melancholy. Bring some of the best. Rinse the glasses, lay the cloth, drive out those dogs, blow up that fire, light that candle, shut that door, cut up this toast for soup, send these poor people away, and give them what they want. Take my gown, and let me strip to my doublet, the better to entertain my company." As he said this, he heard the litanies and dirges of the priests who were carrying his wife to the grave, so he broke off his talk and was suddenly carried off in another direction, saying, Lord God, must I turn sad again? It grieves me. I am no longer young, I am growing old. The weather is dangerous, I might catch some fever, and then I should be done for. By my faith as a nobleman, it's better to weep less and drink more. My wife is dead. Well, in God's name, da gerandi, pardon my swearing. I shan't bring her back to life by my tears. She is well off. She is in paradise at least, if in no better place. She's praying to God for us. She's very happy. She's not worrying any more about our miseries and calamities. The same fate hangs over our heads. God care for those who remain alive. I must think of finding another. But this is what you must do, said he to the midwives. Those wise women. But where are they? Good creatures, I cannot see you anywhere. Go to her burial. In the meantime, I'll rock my son here, for I feel very unwell and might be in danger of falling sick. But drink a good draught beforehand. You'll find yourselves the better for it, believe me, on my honor. In obedience to his orders, they went to the funeral service and burial, and poor Gargantua remained at home, during which time he composed an epitaph to be engraved as follows. Dead is the noble Badebec, who had a face like a rebec, a Spanish body and a belly. Like a Swiss Frau, she died, I tell ye, in childbed. Pray to God that he pardon wherein she did err. Here lies her body, which did live, free from all vice, as I believe, and did decrease, poor simple bride, the year and day on which she died. 4. Of Pantagruel's childhood. I find from the ancient historiographers and poets that many were born into this world in very strange manners, which would take too long to recount. Read the 7th book of Pliny, if you have the leisure. Yet never did you hear of so marvelous a birth as Pantagruel's, for it was almost beyond belief how he grew in body and strength in so short a time. What Hercules did was as nothing when in his cradle he killed 2 serpents, for those serpents were only small and weak. But Pantagruel, while still in the cradle, did quite astounding things. I will omit to relate here how, at each of his meals, he swigged off the milk of 4,600 cows, and how all the saucepan makers of Sommer and Anjou and Villedieu in Normandy, and of Brabant in Lorraine, were employed in making him a saucepan to boil his soup in, and how they gave him this soup in a great drinking trough, which is to this day at Bourges near the palace. But his teeth were already so well grown and strong that he broke a great piece of this trough, as can well be seen. One day in the early morning, when they wanted him to suck one of his cows, for he had never had any other wet nurses, so the history tells us, he got one of his arms free from the bands that held him in the cradle, and reached for the cow, gripping her under the ham. Then he ate her 2 udders and half of her belly, together with the liver and kidneys, and would have devoured her entire, had she not bellowed horribly, as if the wolves had caught her by the legs. At this noise everyone rushed up and got her out of Pantagruel's grasp, but they could not prevent the ham's remaining in his hands. And this he ate right off, as if it were a sausage. Indeed, when they tried to get the bone from him, he bolted it down as a cormorant would a little fish, and afterwards began to babble. Good, 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 for he was not able to speak well yet, but wished them to understand that he found it very good and would like nothing better than the same again. When they saw this, his attendants tied him down with stout cables like those that are made at Tain for the salt traffic to Lyon, or like those of the great ship Francois which lies at Le Havre de Grace in Normandy. But at a certain time, when a great bear which his father kept escaped and came to lick his face, for his nurses had not properly wiped his mouth, he freed himself from those cables as easily as did Samson from the Philistines, and, seizing Master Bear, tore him to pieces like a chicken. He made a nice tidbit of him for that meal. Whereupon, for fear that he might hurt himself, Gargantua had 4 great iron chains made to bind him, and buttresses firmly fixed to his cradle. Of these chains you have one at La Rochelle, which is drawn up at night between the 2 great towers of the harbor. Another is at Lyon, another at Angers, and the 4th was carried off by the devils to bind Lucifer, who was breaking loose at the time because of a colic that tormented him horribly. As a result of his eating the fricasseed soul of a sergeant for his breakfast, so you can well believe Nicolas de Lyra's comment on that passage in the Psalms, where it is written, et og regem basan, to the effect that the same og, while still small, was so strong and vigorous that he had to be bound to his cradle with iron chains. So Pantagruel remained quiet and peaceable, for he could not break those chains so easily, especially as he had no room in his cradle to swing his arms. But this is what happened on one great festival day, when his father Gargantua was giving a grand banquet to all the princes of his court. I believe that all of his court officers were so busily occupied with the preparation of his banquet that no one bothered about poor Pantagruel, and he was left neglected. What did he do? What did he do, my good people? Listen. He tried to break the chains of his cradle with his arms, but they were too strong, and he could not. Then he banged so hard with his feet that he broke the end of his cradle, even though it was made of a beam 5 feet square. And as soon as he had got his feet outside, he slid down as well as he could until his feet touched the ground. Then with great strength he raised himself up, carrying his cradle, thus tied on his back, just like a tortoise climbing up a wall, and to look at him he seemed like a great 500-ton carrack on its end. In this condition he went into the hall where they were banqueting, so boldly that he greatly alarmed the company, since he had his arms bound inside. However, he could not take anything to eat, but with a great effort bent down to pick up a snack with his tongue. When his father saw this, he realized that they had left him without anything to eat and ordered that he should be loosed from those chains. This was the advice of the princes and lords assembled, and in addition, Gargantua's physicians observed that if he were kept alive in his cradle like this, he would be subject to gravel all his life. When he was released, they made him sit up, and he ate very heartily. Then he broke that cradle of his into more than 500,000 pieces with a blow of his fist, which he struck in the middle of it in his rage, swearing that he would never go back into it. 5. The youthful deeds of the noble Pantagruel. So Pantagruel grew from day to day and visibly progressed, which rejoiced his father's natural affections. While he was quite small, Gargantua had a crossbow made for him to shoot at little birds, and this is now known as the Great Bow of Chantel. Then he sent him to school to learn and to make profitable use of his youth. So he went to Poitiers to study, and did well there. Moreover, seeing that the scholars of that place were sometimes at leisure, and did not know how to amuse themselves, he took pity on them, and one day took them from a rocky place called Passelourdin, a huge rock 50 feet square and 10 feet thick. This he quite easily set up on 4 pillars in the middle of a field, so that these scholars could enjoy themselves by climbing on it, and there banqueting with plenty of flagons, hams, and pies, and could carve their names on it with a knife. This is known today as the upright stone, and in memory of this exploit, no one is now entered in the matriculation book of the said University of Poitiers until he has drunk in the Caballine fountain of Croutel, passed by Passelourdin, and climbed the upright stone. Afterward, when he read the great chronicles of his ancestors, he found that Geoffrey of Lusignan, called Geoffrey of the Long-Tooth, grandfather of the cousin by marriage of the eldest sister of the aunt of the son-in-law of the uncle of the daughter-in-law and his stepmother, was buried at Malazes, and he took French leave one day to pay him a visit, as a decent man should. He left Poitiers with some of his companions. They passed through Ligouge, where they visited the noble Abbot Ardilon, through Saint-Xay, Selles, Coulon, and Fontenay-le-Comte, where they called on the learned Turacque, and from there came to Malazes, where Pantagruel visited the tomb of the said Geoffrey of the Long-Tooth, of whom he felt considerable fear when he saw his portrait, for he is represented there as a man in a rage, drawing his great scimitar half out of its scabbard. When Pantagruel asked the reason for this, the canons of the place told him that there was none except pictoribus artice poetis, etc. That is to say that poets and painters have the license to describe what they will, according to their fancy. But he was not satisfied with that answer, and said, "He has not been painted like that for no reason. I suspect that at his death some wrong was done him, which he requires his relatives to revenge. I will inquire more deeply into this, and will do what is reasonable." Then he did not return to Poitiers, but decided to visit the other universities of France. So going on to La Rochelle, he set sail for Bordeaux, in which place he found nothing much to amuse him except the dock workers playing at sheep and wolves on the quay. From there he went to Toulouse, where he learned to dance very well and to play with a two-handed sword, as is the custom of the student of that university. But he did not stay there long, when he saw that they had their professors burned alive like red herrings. God forbid that I should die that death, he cried, for I am sufficiently dry by nature without being heated any further. Then he came to Montpellier, where he found very good Mirabeau wines and jolly company, and he thought of setting himself to the study of medicine, but decided that the profession was far too wearying, besides being melancholy, and that physicians smelt of suppositories like old devils. He made up his mind, therefore, to study the law, but seeing that there was only one bald-headed and 3 patchy legists in the place, he departed, and on his way he built the Pont du Gard and the amphitheatre at Nimes in less than 3 hours, which really sounds more like divine handiwork than human. And so he came to Avignon, and he had not been there 3 days before he was in love, for the women there love to play the two-backed beast, because it is papal territory. On observing this, his tutor Epistemon removed from him there, and took him to Valence in Dauphine, where he found that there was not much amusement, and that the town hoodlums beat up the students, which annoyed him. One fine Sunday, indeed, when everyone was at the public dance and a student wanted to join in, these hoodlums would not allow him. Seeing this, Pantagruel pursued them with a rain of blows as far as the banks of the Rhone, and would have made them all drown had they not hidden underground, like moles, a good 1.5 miles under water. This hole may still be seen there. After this, he went off, and with 3 steps and a jump came to Angers, where he found himself very comfortable and would have stayed for some time if the plague had not driven him away. So he came to Bourges, where he studied for a considerable time and did very well in the College of Law. Sometimes he said that the law books seemed to him like a fine cloth of gold robe, marvelously grand and costly, but trimmed with dung. For, he said, there are no books in the world so fine, so ornate, and so elegant as the text of the Pandects. But the trimming of them, that is to say, Accursius's gloss, is so foul, stinking, and infamous that it is no better than filth and villainy. When he left Bourges, he came to Orleans, and there found a lot of lumpish scholars who made him a great welcome on his arrival, and in a short time he learned to play tennis with them, so well that he became a champion, for the students of that place are great practitioners of the game, and sometimes they took him to the islands also, to amuse himself at ninepins. But as for breaking his head with overmuch study, he would not do that at all, for fear of spoiling his sight, especially as one of the professors often said in his lectures, that there is nothing so bad for the sight as disease of the eyes. And one day when a scholar of his acquaintance, who hardly had more knowledge than the rest of the brood, but on the other hand was very good at dancing and tennis, took his licentiate in law, Pantagruel composed this blazon and device for the licentiates of that university: a tennis ball in the cod placket, in the hand a tennis racket, skill at the slow dance to trip it. There's the licentiate hooded. 6. How Pantagruel met a Limousin who murdered the French language. One day, I do not know when, Pantagruel was walking with his friends after supper near the gate for the Paris road, when he met a spruce young scholar coming along the way, of whom, after they had exchanged greetings, he asked, "Where are you coming from at this hour, my friend?" "From the Alm in Cleet, in celebrated academy that is vocitated Lutetia," replied the scholar. "What does that mean?" Pantagruel asked one of his people. "It means from Paris," he answered. "So you come from Paris," said Pantagruel. "And how do you spend your time, you gentlemen students at this same Paris?" "We transfer it to the Sequana at the De Luceul and Crepuscule. We deambulate through the compites and quadrives of the herb. We despumate the Latin verbosination, and, as verisimile moribunds, we captate the benevolence of the omnijugal, omniform, and omnigenous feminine sex. At certain intervals, we invisitate the lupanars, and in Venerian ecstasy, we inculcate our veratres into the penitissime recesses of the pudenda of these amicabilissime meretricules. Then we caponizzate in the meritory taverns of the Pineapple, the Castle, the Magdalen, and the Slipper, goodly vervicine spatules, perforaminated with petrosil. And if by fortune there is rarity or penury of pecune in our marsupies, and they are exhausted of ferruginous metal, for the Scot we dimit our codices and vestments, opignorated, prestilating the tabellaries to come from the penates and patriotic lairs. At which Pantagruel exclaimed, "What devilish language is this? By God, you must be a heretic." "No, senor," answered the scholar, "for libentissimili, as soon as their elucises are minutul slither of day, I demigrate into one of these excellently architected ministers, and there, irrorating myself in fine lustral water, mumble a snatch of some mystic precation of our sacrificules, and submermulating my horary precules, I elave and absterg my anima from its nocturnal inquinaments. I revere the Olympicoles. I laterally venerate the supernal astropotent. I dilect and redeem my proximes. I observe the decalogical precepts, and according to the facultatule of my veers, do not decede from it by the latitude of an unguicule. It is veriform, nevertheless, since Mammon does not supergurgitate a drop in my locules, that I am a little rare and neglectful in supererogating the eleemosines to those indigents who hostially solicit their stipe." A turd, exclaimed Pantagruel. "What does this fool mean? I believe he is coining some new devilish language for us here, and throwing an enchanter's spell on us." "My lord, there's no doubt about it," replied one of his followers. "This fellow's trying to imitate the Parisians' language, but all he is doing is murdering Latin. He thinks he is Pindarizing, and imagines he's a great orator in French because he disdains the common use of speech." "Is that true?" asked Pantagruel. "My lord, sir," answered the scholar, "my genius is not aptly nate, as this Platagius Nebulon asserts, to excoriate the cuticle of our vernacular Gallic, but vice versally I knave opere, and by sail and oar I and night to locuplete it from the Latinicum redundance." "By God," cried Pantagruel, "I'll teach you to speak, but before I do so, tell me one thing. Where do you come from?" To which the scholar replied, "The primeval origin of my avs and atavs was indigenous to the Lemovic regions, where requiesces the corpus of the Hagiotit Saint Martial." "I understand you all right," said Pantagruel. "What it comes to is that you're a limousine, and here you want to play the Parisian. Well, come on then, and I'll give you a combing." Then he took him by the throat and continued, "You murder Latin, by St. John. I'll make you skin the fox. I'll skin you alive." Then the poor limousine began to plead, "Ha, good master, ha, lordy, help me, Saint Marcia. Ho, let me alane, for God's sake, and dinna harm me." Whereupon Pantagruel replied, "Now you're speaking naturally," and released him. But the poor limousine dunged his breeches, which were cut codtail fashion and not full-bottomed, at which Pantagruel exclaimed, "By Saint Alepentine, what a sweet scent! Devil take this turnip-eater, how he stinks!" And he let him go, but this gave the limousine such a lifelong terror and such a thirst that he would often swear Pantagruel held him by the throat. And after some years he died a Roland's death, this being a divine vengeance, and proving the truth of the philosopher Aulus Gellius's observation, that we ought to speak the language in common use, and of Octavian Augustus's maxim, that we should shun obsolete words as carefully as ship's pilots avoid the rocks at sea. 7. How Pantagruel came to Paris, and of the fine books in the library of St. Victor. After Pantagruel had made thorough studies at Orleans, he decided to visit the great University of Paris. But before his departure, he was informed that there was an enormous bell at St. Agnan in the same Orleans, which had been lying on the ground for the past 214 years. It was so huge that they could not raise it from the ground with any device, although they had attempted all the methods suggested by Vitruvius in his architecture, by Alberti in his art of building, by Euclides, Theon, Archimedes, and by Hero on engines. None of them were any good. Condescending willingly, therefore, to the humble request of the citizens and inhabitants of that place, Pantagruel made up his mind to transport it to the tower intended for it. So he went to the place where it lay and picked it up from the ground with his little finger as easily as if it were a hawk's bell. But before carrying it to the bell tower, he decided to play a serenade around the town, and to sound it in all the streets while carrying it in his hand. This gave everyone great pleasure, but it led to one very great inconvenience. For as he carried it and rang it through every street, all the good in Orleans turned and was spoiled, which the people did not notice till the following night, when they all found themselves so thirsty from drinking these sour wines that they did nothing but spit, as white as Maltese cotton. And they said, "We've caught the Pantagruel, and have salt in our throats." When he had performed this feat, Pantagruel went to Paris with his party, and at his entry everyone came out to see him. For, as you know, the people of Paris are foolish by nature in every note of the scale. They gazed at him with great astonishment, and not without considerable fear that he might carry the palace away into some remote country, as his father had carried off the bells of Notre Dame to tie on his mare's neck. But after he had been there for some time, and had made a thorough study of the 7 liberal arts, Pantagruel said that it was a good city to live in, but not to die in, because the beggars at St. Innocent's used to warm their rumps on the bones of the dead. He found the library of St. Victor most magnificent, especially for certain books which he discovered in it, of which the catalogue follows, and primo, Bigua Salutis, the props of salvation, Braguetta Juris, the codpiece of the law, Pantofla Decretorum, the slipper of the decretals, Malogranatum Vitiorum, the pomegranate of vice, the threadball of theology, the long broom of preachers, composed by Turlupin, the elephantine testicle of the valiant, the henbane of the bishops, Marmotretus de babunis et singis cum commento Dorbelis, Marmotretus on baboons and monkeys, with commentary by Des Orbo, Decretum Universitatis Parisiensis super Gorgiasiatite muliercularum ad placitum, decree of the University of Paris on the gorgiosity of pretty women for pleasure, the apparition of Saint Geltrude to a nun of Poissy in labor, Ars honest petandi in societate by M. Ortuinum, the art of farting decently in public by Hardouin de Gratz, the mustard pot of tardy penitence, the garters, alias the boots of patience, Formicarium artium, the anthipe of the magic arts, de brodiorum usu, et honestate chopinandi per Silvestrum prieritem Jacopinum, the use of soups and the propriety of hobnobbing by Sylvester Priera Jacobin. At court, the frail of the notaries, the marriage packet, the crucible of contemplation, the nonsense of the law, the goad of wine, the spur of cheese, Decrotatorium Scholarium on the foulness of scholars, Tartaretus de modo cacandi, Tartaret on methods of shitting, the fanfares of Rome, Bricot de differentiis souparum on the varieties of soups, the tailpiece of discipline, the old shoe of humility, the tripod of big thoughts, the kettle of magnanimity, the puzzlements of confessors, the vicar's raps over the knuckles, Reverendi Patris Frataris Lubini, Provincialis Bavardi, de Croquendis Lardonibus Libritres, the most Reverend Father Gobble, provincial of Babelland, on bacon eating, 3 volumes. Pasquili Doctoris Marmore de Capriolis cum Chardonetta comedendis tempore papali ab ecclesia interdicto. Pasquin, the marble doctor, that it is permissible to eat kid with artichokes in the papal Lent decreed by the Church. The invention of the Holy Cross for 6 actors, performed by the clerks of sharp practice. The spectacles of the Rome were bound. Majoris de modo faciendi budinos. Mayor on the art of making puddings. The prelate's bagpipe. Beda de optimitate triparum. Beda on the excellence of the belly. The advocate's suite for the reformation of their refreshers. The furred cap of the attorneys, of peas and bacon, cum commento, the Ash Wednesday cake of indulgences, preclarissimi juris utriusque doctores maestre piloti raquindinari, de bobelidandis glosse accursiane baguenaudis repetitio enuncidiluculidissima, a most lucidly unraveled treatise on pricking the bladders of the glosses of Accursius by the most illustrious doctor of laws, Master Catchpenny, the pilferer. Stratagemata Francacieri de Bagnolet, the tricks of the free archer de Bagnolet, de usu et utilitate escorchandi equos et equas authore M nostra de Quebecu, on the use and practice of playing horses and mares, by Master de Chine. Frank Topinus de re militari cum figuris Tevoti, on the military art, with illustrations by Tevot. The clownishness of little priests. M.N. Rosto costo jambedanese de mustarda post prandium servienda lib quatuordecim apostillati per M. Varilonis, on the serving of mustard after meals, 14 volumes, collected by M. Varilon. The wedding fees due to procurators. Jabolinus de Cosmographis Purgatori, on the geography of purgatory. Quaestio subtilissima utrum chimera in vacuo bombinans possit comedere secundas intentiones et fuit debattuta per decim hebdomadas in concilio constatiensi, the most subtle question whether a chimera, bombinating in the void, can be nourished on secondary intentions, one which was debated for 10 weeks before the Council of Constance. The veracity of advocates. Barbuilamente menta Scotti, the scrawlings of Scotus, the cardinal's bat, de calcaribus removendis decades undecim per M. Albericum de Rosata, on the removal of spurs 11 decades by Alberic de Rosata. Eiusdem de castrametandis crinibus lib 3, by the same, on the need for garrisons in the hair, 3 volumes. The entry of Antoine de Lève into the scorched land. Marfori Bacalari Cubentis Rome de Pelendisque Mascarandisque Cardinalium Mullis. Marforio, Bachelor of the See of Rome, on the skinning and scorching of the cardinal's mules. Protest by the same against those who say that the Pope's mule only eats at his hours. Prognosticatio que incipit silvi trecebile ballata per M.N. Songe Cruciun, the prophecy which begins Silvi Trecibile, a ballad by M.N. Songacru. Budarini Episcopi de Emulgentarium Profectibus Eneades Novem cum privilegio papali ad triennium et postea non. Bishop Budarin 9 Enneads on the efficacy of emulgences, with papal sanction for 3 years and no more. The maiden shittery, the bald arse of widows, the monk's hood, the mumblings of the Coelestine fathers, the toll of the belly beggars, the teeth chatter of the oafs, the theologian's rat trap, the master of arts ambuscade, the scullions of Occam with a single tonsure, magistri en fripe salesitis de grabellitionibus horarum canonicorum lib quadranginta, master en lick the dish, on a scrumptious examination of the canonical hours, 480 volumes. Culebutatorium confratarium incerto authore, the overthrow of the friaries, author unknown. The glutton's cavity, the body odors of the Spaniards, supercock crowed by Brother Inigo de Loyola. The poor wretch's worm powder. Poetronismus rerum Italicarum authore magistro Bruslifer, the poltroonery of things Italian by Master Bulifer. Ar Lullius de Batis Volagis Principum, on the foolish pursuits of princes. Cali bistratorium Cafardiae actore m Jacobo Hochstratem hereticometra, the calibration of hypocrisy by Jacob Hoogstraten, gauger of heretics. Chalto colonis de magistro nostratorumque buvetis lib octo galantissimi. Hot ball on the drinking shops of our doctors-to-be and doctors-to-be 8 most sportive books. The insertions of bullists, copyists, writers, epitomizers, notaries, and reporters compiled by Regis. Perpetual Almanac for the Gaudy and Poxy. Manneries Ramonandi Fornelos par M. Eccium. The Manner of Sweeping Flues by Master Eck. The Merchant's Packing Thread. The Comforts of the Monastic Life. The Omnium Gatherum of Bigots. The History of the Hauntings. The Scoundrelism of the Old Soldiers. The Knavish Tricks of Ecclesiastical Judges. The Gold-beater's Skin of Tax Collectors. Bananinotorium Sophistarum. The Tomfooleries of the Sophists. Antipericatametana parbuege damficribrationes mercantium. The Greek prepositions discussed by the Terticans. The ramblings of ballad makers, the bellows of the alchemists, the hey presto of the begging friars, pocket-walleted by Friar Graspit, the shackles of religion, the lecher's lattice, the elbow rest of old age, the muzzle of nobility, the ape's paternoster, the handcuffs of devotion, the long face of ember week, the magistrate's cap of political life, the hermit's fly flap. The penitent's hood, the backgammon of the knocking friars, Lordatus de vita et honestat bragardurum, blockhead on the life and morals of braggarts, Luripipi sorbonici moralisationes per M. Lupoldum, moralizings on a long-tailed graduate's hood by Master Lupoldus, travelers' knickknacks, the tipplings of the bishop's ex potibus, Tara Baleationes Doctorum Coloniensium Adversas Reuchlin, the attacks of the Cologne scholars upon Reuchlin, the symbols of the ladies, the shitter's martingale, Vire vostatorum naquetorum per F. pedibilitis, the teetotum of the tennis markers by Friar Whirligig, the heavy shoes of a stout heart, mummery of the spooks and fairies, Gerson de aufferibilitate, pape ab ecclesia, on the power of the church to depose a pope, the list of candidates and graduates, Joe Ditibrodi de terribilitate excommunicationum libellis acephalos, little book without a headpiece on the terror of excommunication, Ingeniositas invocandi diabolos et diabolas, per Gingolfum, the method of invoking demons, male and female, by Master Gingolf. The hodgepodge of perpetual beggars, the Morris dance of the heretics, the old wives' tale of Gaiantanus, Mollegroin doctores cherubici de origine pate pelutarum et torticolorum ritibus lib septem, the cherubic Dr. Mollegrain on the origin of the hairy-handed and rear-necked cheats, 7 volumes. 69 fat breviaries, the nightmare of the 5 orders of mendicants, the skin of the heretics extracted from the yellow boot, incornifistibulated in the Summa Angelica, the writings of Aquinas. The brooder on cases of conscience, the fat paunch of the presidents, suturus adversus quemdam qui vocaverat friponatorem, et quad friponatores non sunt damnati ab ecclesia. Pierre Couturier, against one who called him a rascal, and to prove that rascals are not condemned by the church. Cacatorium medicorum, the doctor's purge, the chimney sweep of astrology. Campi clisteriorum per esse, the use of suppositories by Symphorian Champier, the wind dispeller of the apothecaries, the kiss my arse of surgery, Justinanius de Cagotis Tolendis, on the education of cantors, Antidotarium Animae, the antidote book of the soul, Merlinus Coccaius de Patria Diabolorum, on the country of the devils. Of these, some are already published, and others are now being printed in the noble city of Tübingen. 8. How Pantagruel, when in Paris, received a letter from his father Gargantua, together with a copy of the same. As you may well suppose, Pantagruel studied very hard, for he had a double-sized intelligence and a memory equal in capacity to the measure of 12 skins and 12 casks of oil. But while he was staying in Paris, he one day received a letter from his father which read as follows: Most dear son, among the gifts, graces, and prerogatives with which the sovereign creator, God Almighty, endowed and embellished human nature in the beginning, one seems to me to stand alone and to excel all others. That is the one by which we can, in this mortal state, acquire a kind of immortality, and in the course of this transitory life perpetuate our name and seed, which we do by lineage sprung from us in lawful marriage. By this means, there is in some sort restored to us what was taken from us by the sin of our first parents, who were told that, because they had not been obedient to the commandment of God, the Creator, they would die, and that by death would be brought to nothing that magnificent form in which man has been created. But by this method of seminal propagation there remains in the children what has perished in the parents and in the grandchildren, what has perished in the children, and so on in succession, till the hour of the last judgment, when Jesus Christ shall peacefully have rendered up to God his kingdom, released from all danger and contamination of sin. Then all generations and corruptions shall cease, and the elements shall be free from their continuous transformations, since peace, so long desired, will then be perfect and complete, and all things will be brought to their end and period. Not without just and equitable cause, therefore, do I offer thanks to God, my preserver, for permitting me to see my gray-haired age blossom afresh in your youth, when at the will of him who rules and governs all things, my soul shall leave this mortal habitation. I shall not now account myself to be absolutely dying, but to be passing from one place to another, since in you and by you I shall remain an invisible form here in this world, visiting and conversing with men of honor and my friends as I used to do, which conversation of mine has been, thanks to God's aid and grace, although not free from sin, I confess, for we all sin and continually pray to God to wipe out our sins, at least without evil intention. If the qualities of my soul did not abide in you as does my visible form, men would not consider you the guardian and treasure of house of the immortality of our name. in which case my pleasure would be small, considering that the lesser part of me, which is my body, would persist, and the better part, which is the soul, and by which our name continues to be blessed among men, would be bastardized and degenerate. This I say not out of any distrust of your virtue, which I have already tried and approved, but in order to encourage you more strongly to proceed from good to better. From what I write to you at present is not so much in order that you may live in this virtuous manner, as that you may rejoice in so living and in so having lived, and may strengthen yourself in the like resolution for the future. For the furtherance and perfection of these ends I have, as you will easily remember, spared no expense. Indeed, I have helped you towards them as if I treasured nothing else in this world but to see you, in my lifetime, a perfect model of virtue, honor, and valor, and a paragon of liberal and high-minded learning. I might seem to have desired nothing but to leave you, after my death, as a mirror representing the person of me, your father, and if not as excellent in every way as I wish you, at least desirous of being so. But although my late father, Grand Gauzier of blessed memory, devoted all his endeavors to my advancement in all perfection and political knowledge, and although my labor and study were proportionate to, no, even surpassed his desire, still, as you may well understand, the times were not as fit and favorable for learning as they are today, and I had no supply of tutors such as you have. Indeed, the times were still dark, and mankind was perpetually reminded of the many miseries and disasters wrought by those Goths who had destroyed all sound scholarship. But thanks be to God, learning has been restored in my age to its former dignity and enlightenment. Indeed, I see such improvements that nowadays I should have difficulty in getting a place among little schoolboys in the lowest class. I, who in my youth was reputed, with some justification, to be the most learned man of the century, which I do not say out of vain boastfulness, although I might commendably do so in writing to you, for which you have the authority of Marcus Tullius in his work on old age, and Plutarch's statement in his book entitled, How Man May Praise Himself Without Reproach, but in order to inspire you to aim still higher. Now every method of teaching has been restored, and the study of languages has been revived, of Greek, without which it is disgraceful for a man to call himself a scholar, and of Hebrew, Chaldean, and Latin. The elegant and accurate art of printing, which is now in use, was invented in my time, by divine inspiration, as by contrast, artillery was inspired by diabolical suggestion. The whole world is full of learned men, of very erudite tutors, and of most extensive libraries, and it is my opinion that neither in the time of Plato, of Cicero, nor of Papinian were there such facilities for study as one finds today. No one in future will risk appearing in public or in any company who is not well polished in Minerva's workshop. I find robbers, hangmen, freebooters, and grooms nowadays more learned than the doctors and preachers were in my time. Why, the very women and girls aspire to the glory and reach out for the celestial manna of sound learning, so much so that at my present age I have been compelled to learn Greek, which I had not despised like Cato, but which I had not the leisure to learn in my youth. Indeed, I find great delight in reading the morals of Plutarch, Plato's magnificent dialogues, the monuments of Pausanias, and the antiquities of Athenaeus, while I wait for the hour when it will please God, my Creator, to call me and bid me leave this earth. Therefore, my son, I beg you to devote your youth to the firm pursuit of your studies and to the attainment of virtue. You are in Paris. There you will find many praiseworthy examples to follow. You have Epistemon for your tutor, and he can give you living instruction by word of mouth. It is my earnest wish that you shall become a perfect master of languages, first of Greek, as Quintilian advises, secondly of Latin, and then of Hebrew, on account of the Holy Scriptures, also of Chaldean and Arabic for the same reason, and I would have you model your Greek style on Plato, and your Latin on that of Cicero. Keep your memory well stocked with every tale from history, and here you will find help in the cosmographies of historians. Of the liberal arts, geometry, arithmetic, and music, I gave you some smattering when you were still small, at the age of 5 or 6. Go on and learn the rest, also the rules of astronomy. But leave divinatory astrology and Lully's art alone, I beg of you, for they are frauds and vanities. Of civil law I would have you learn the best texts by heart, and relate them to the art of philosophy. And as for the knowledge of nature's works, I should like you to give careful attention to that too, for that there may be no sea, river, or spring of which you do not know the fish, all the birds of the air, all the trees, shrubs, and bushes of the forest, all the herbs of the field, all the metals deep in the bowels of the earth, the precious stones of the whole east and the south, let none of them be unknown to you. Then scrupulously peruse the books of the Greek, Arabian, and Latin doctors once more, not omitting the Talmudists and Kabbalists, and by frequent dissections gain a perfect knowledge of that other world which is man. As some hours of the day also begin to examine the Holy Scriptures, first the New Testament and the epistles of the apostles in Greek, and then the Old Testament in Hebrew. In short, let me find you a veritable abyss of knowledge. For later, when you have grown into a man, you will have to leave this quiet and repose of study to learn chivalry and warfare, to defend my house, and to help our friends in every emergency against the attacks of evildoers. Furthermore, I wish you shortly to show how much you have profited by your studies, which you cannot do better than by publicly defending a thesis in every art against all persons whatsoever, and by keeping the company of learned men, who are as common in Paris as elsewhere. But because, according to the wise Solomon, wisdom enters not into the malicious heart, and knowledge without conscience is but the ruin of the soul, it befits you to serve, love, and fear God, to put all your thoughts and hopes in him, and by faith grounded in charity to be so conjoined with him that you may never be severed from him by sin. Be suspicious of the world's deceits, and set not your heart on vanity, for this life is transitory, but the word of God remains eternal. Be helpful to all your neighbors, and love them as yourself. Respect your tutors, avoid the company of those whom you would not care to resemble, and do not omit to make use of those graces which God has bestowed on you. Then, when you see that you have acquired all the knowledge to be gained in those parts, return to me, so that I may see you and give you my blessing before I die. My son, the peace and grace of our Lord be with you. Amen. From Utopia, this 17th day of the month of March. Your father, Gargantua. After receiving and reading this letter, Pantagruel took fresh courage and was inspired to make greater advances than ever. Indeed, if you had seen him studying and measured the progress he made, you would have said that his spirit among the books was like fire among the heather. So indefatigable and ardent was it. 9. How Pantagruel found Panurge, whom he loved all his life. One day when Pantagruel was walking outside the city towards the Abbey of St. Antoine, arguing and philosophizing with his people and some other students, he met a man of handsome build, elegant in all of his features, but pitifully wounded in various places, and in so sorry a state that he looked as if he had escaped from the dogs, or, to be more accurate, like some apple-picker from the Perche country. When he caught sight of this fellow from the distance, Pantagruel said to his companions, "Do you see that man coming along the road from Charenton Bridge? On my faith, he is only poor in fortune. His physiognomy tells me for certain that he comes of some rich and noble stock. It must be the misfortunes which always befall the adventurous that have reduced him to his present ragged and penurious state." Then, when the fellow had come right up to them, Pantagruel asked him, "My friend, stay here a little, I beg you, and be so kind as to answer certain questions that I shall ask you. You will not repent it, I assure you, for I have a very great desire to give you all the aid in my power in the calamity in which I find you. In fact, I feel great pity for you. Therefore, my friend, tell me who you are, where you come from, where you are going, and what you are looking for, and what is your name?" The fellow answered him in the German tongue, "Junker, Gott gebe ich Glück und Heil zur lieber Junker. Ich lass euch wissen, dass da ihr mich fragt, ist ein arm und embarglich Ding, und wer will davon so sagen, welches ich verdurchlich so hören und mir so erzählen, wer wiewohl die Poeten und Orators vorzeiten haben gesagt in ihren Sprüchen und Sentenzen, dass die Gedächtnis des Elends und Asmut wohl längst erlitt ist an großer Lust. Young sir, may God give you fortune and prosperity. My dear young sir, let me tell you first that the story you ask me to tell you is a sad and pitiable one. It is a subject on which there would be much to say that would be tiresome for you to hear and for me to relate, although the poets and orators of the old times affirmed in their sayings and their maxims that the memory of pain and poverty is a great joy. To this, Pantagruel replied, My friend, I don't understand a word of this gibberish. If you want to be understood, you must speak another language. Upon which the fellow replied, Al barildim gotfano dec min brin alabo dordin falbroth ringwam albaras nin porth zadilkin almukathim milko prim al elmin en thoth dal hebben en suim kuth im aldim alkatim nim broth dekoth porth min mikas in endoth pruk dal maisolum hol hath dan siririm lupaldas im voldemoth nin hur diavoth narborith dal gush pal frappin duc im skoth pruk galith dal chinon min putrish alconin butathen doth dal prim. This is complete nonsense, except for a distorted place name or two. Do you understand any of that? Pantagruel asked the company. I think that is the language of the antipodes. The devil himself couldn't get his teeth into it. Epistemon replied. Then said Pantagruel, My friend, I don't know whether the walls can understand you, but not one of us can make out a syllable. Then said the fellow, in Italian, Signor mio, voi vedete per esempio che la cornamusa non suona mai, se la non hai il ventre pieno, così io parimente non vi saprei contare le mie fortune. Se prima il tribolato ventre non al solita riflessione, al qual è avviso che le mani et il denti abbiano perso il loro ordine naturale ed del tutto annichilati. Example will show you that the bagpipe can never sound except with a full paunch. In the same way, I cannot tell you my adventures unless my rumbling belly receives its customary nourishment, for lack of which my hands and teeth have lost their usual function and are totally annihilated. To which Epistemon replied, No better than the last. Then said to Panurge in English, Lord, if you be so virtuous of intelligence as you be naturally relieved to the body, you should have pity of me, for nature hath made us equal, but fortune hath some exalted, and others deprete. None ye less is virtue often deprived, and the virtuous man despised, for before the last end is none good. Obscurer than ever, replied Pantagruel, upon which Panurge said, Jona andi guasa gusitan behar, da e remedio behar de versela Yoserlanda. Ambates oito y esnausu in esasu gore proporcion ordineden, non yesena boi beta faceria egabem generasi batia sadasu nerasia. Aran hoduan golde edasu ne dasuna. Esto asik equinam sorihin darstura egorharo. Genikoa blasar vadu. Great Lord, for all evils there must be a remedy. To do the right thing, that is the difficulty. I have implored you again and again, reduce our conversation to some sort of order that will come without trouble if you will give me my belly full. Afterward, ask me whatever you like. But I pray God you won't fail to provide enough for two. Are you there? Asked Epistemon. I'm not. Upon which Carpelin exclaimed, Saint Trinian, do you hail from Scotland, or have I misheard you? Then Panurge replied, This again is nonsense, interspersed with an occasional place name. Prug frestrinstrumans shosh dish pag berlenong, gavrot shavini pa marjorie rosh parirish, devenir prenis, buyikalmush, monarch drup del blist, rink,
Duldeleb uppdurnslak minkstag requal divinder cordelis hur yoxter zambanards. And Epistemon replied, "Are you speaking a human language, Christian language, my friend, or are you raving? But I know it's Lantern's language." Panurge's reply was, in Dutch, "Hier I in sprek anders geen teel, dan kersenteel, my dunk nochtens, allen sig je niet in woord, mijn nude, verlaagt genocht wat I begleer. Gest my woed, bermhetichet, yet where on in gehovid maakt zunk." Sir, I am not speaking in unchristian language, but I think all the same that without my speaking a single word, my tatters must reveal to you what I want. Be kind enough to give me something to restore me. To which Pantagruel answered, "And that's no better." Then said Panurge, in Spanish, "Señor, de tanto hablar yo soy cansado, porque suplico a vuestra reverencia que mire a los preceptos evangélicos, para que ellos movan vuestra reverencia a lo que es de conciencia, y si ellos no bastaren para mover vuestra reverencia a piedad, yo suplico que mire a la piedad natural, la cual yo creo que la moverá como es de razón, y con esto no digo más." "Sir, I am tired from so much talking, so I beg your reverence to remember the gospel injunctions. Let them move you, sir, to act with a conscience, and if they are not enough to move your reverence to pity, I beg you to resort to your natural pity, which I believe will move you, as it should, and with that I say no more." To which Pantagruel replied, "Really, my friend, I haven't the least doubt that you can talk several languages, but tell us what you want in some language that we can understand." Then the fellow said, in Danish, "Mun her endog jeg med ingen tunge taled, lugesen bøen och uskulig krytner, men klebon och mig neglugom magerhede, urviser allige klalig huad tung meg best behof, gerel som der danlig mal och druk, huarpor forbamtig omsunder offer meg, och befarlat gifuk meg noguth, av hulvek ig kan styr mein roneds mager lucerus sonman cerbero en sop forsitter. Så shall to löfe leng och lycksalig." Sir, even supposing that, like some small child or wild animal, I did not speak any language, my clothes and the thinness of my body would show you clearly what I need, that is to say, food and drink. Take pity on me, therefore, and get them to give me something to tame my crying stomach, as men throw sop to Cerberus, so you will live happily and long. "I believe that the Goths spoke like that," said Eusenius, "and if God wished us to speak through our backsides, we should speak like that too." Then said the fellow, in Hebrew, "Adoni shalom lecha im iskar harob hal habdeka, meme hera thifin ilikikar lehem, chankat pub la aladonia choneral." "Sir, peace be with you. If you wish to do your servant a favor, grant me a crumb of bread immediately. For it is written, he that hath pity on the poor lendeth to the Lord." To which Epistemon replied, "This time I did understand him. That was the Hebrew language, most beautifully pronounced." Then said the fellow, in Greek, "Despota tinin panagathtiati sumi uk artos dotis, horas gar limo analis komenanon eme athlios, se ento mexaxi eme us eles udamos etis depar emu ha ukre, se homos philologi pantes homologusi tote logus de keremata periti kuparchin opote pragma astopasi delon esti, entegar anake monon logi isin, hina pragmati, hon peri apistetemen me phosphoros epiphenete. Excellent master, why do you not give me some bread? You see me miserably perishing from hunger, and yet you have no pity on me, and ask me improper questions. All lovers of learning are agreed, however, that speeches and words are superfluous when the facts are evident to all. Speeches are only necessary when the facts under discussion are not completely clear. Why, exclaimed Pantagruel's lackey, Carpelum, it's Greek, I understood him, but how is that? Have you lived in Greece? And then the fellow replied, in an invented language, Agno don't usus vo degnes agaron no de faro zamist, vo maristan oblure fuskes vobal dan bregosmj operton den gul hust. Dagues no copus fost bardo, no flis no gru, ago paston val naprisis horton los ecantonos, pro docis brol pangion, den bakro nodus cognos gulfern gul os tapos. I seem to understand, said Pantagruel, for either it's the language of my native Utopia, or else it has a very similar sound. But just as he was going to begin some observations, the fellow said, in Latin, Jam totis vos per sacra perque Deus deasque omnis, obsetatas sum otsi qua vos pietas permovet e castatem meam sola remini, necilem proficio clamans et ejulans, senite coeso, senite vire, impii, quo me fata vocante abire, nec ulta vanis vestris, interpellationibus obtundatis memores veteris ilius adagi, quo venter familicius ores silis carere disitern. I have implored you so often, by all that is sacred, by every god and goddess, that if you are susceptible to pity, you may relieve my extreme want. But all my crying and imploring does not benefit me a jot. Let me, I beg of you, let me go, most pitiless of men, where the fates call me, and bother me no more with your vain questions. Only remember the old adage, that an empty stomach has no ears.
Really, my friend, asked Pantagruel, don't you know how to speak French? Yes, very well, my lord, replied the fellow. Heaven be praised. It's my natural mother tongue, for I was born and brought up as a child in Touraine, which is the garden of France. Then, said Pantagruel, tell us what your name is and where you come from. I've taken such a liking to you, I swear that if I have my way, you'll never stir from my side. Indeed, you and I will make such another pair of friends as Aeneas and Achates. Achates? My lord, said the fellow, my true and proper baptismal name is Panurge, and I have come from Turkey, where I was taken prisoner during the ill-fated attack on Mytilene. I'll gladly tell you my story, for I have had adventures more marvelous than Ulysses, but since it is your wish to keep me with you, and I am gladly accept your offer and swear that I'll never leave you, even if you go down to the devils in hell, we shall have leisure enough to speak of them at some more convenient time, for at this present moment I feel an urgent necessity to feed. Whetted teeth, empty belly, dry throat, clamorous appetite, all are bent on it. If you will only set me to work, it'll be a treat for you to see me stuff myself. In heaven's name, order me some food. Then Pantagruel commanded that Panurge should be taken to his lodging, and that plenty of victuals should be put before him, which was done, and the fellow ate heartily that evening. Then he went to bed at roosting time, and slept till dinner time next day, when he had only 3 steps and a jump to make from bed to table. 10. How Pantagruel made a fair judgment in a controversy which was strangely difficult and obscure, and of the admiration which this very fair judgment inspired. With his father's letter and admonitions well in mind, Pantagruel decided one day to test his learning. Accordingly, at all the crossways of the city, he put up propositions to the number of 9,764 on all subjects, touching in them on the most debated points in every science. First of all, in the Rue des Ferrets, Straw Litter Street, he contended against all the professors, students in arts, and orators, and turned them all upside down. Then in the Sorbonne, he argued with theologians for the space of 6 weeks, from 4 in the morning until 6 at night, except for a 2-hour interval to take his refreshment and repast. And here were present the majority of the lords of the court, the masters of requests, presidents, counselors, treasury men, secretaries, advocates, and others, together with the sheriffs of that city, the physicians, and the canon lawyers. And note that the greater pair of these took the best bit between their teeth, but notwithstanding their ergos and sophistries, he made fools of them all, and conclusively proved to them that they were just calves in petticoats. At this all the world began to be loud with talk of his amazing knowledge, even to the old women laundresses, go-betweens, roast-meat sellers, penknife merchants, and others, who called out, "That's him!" when he passed through the streets. At this he was as delighted as was Demosthenes, the prince of Greek orators, when a bent old woman pointed her finger at him and said, "That is the man!" Now at this very time there was a suit pending in the court between two great lords, Lord Kismaeus, the plaintiff, on the one hand, and Lord Suckfizzle, the defendant, on the other. And their difference was on such rare and difficult points of law that the court of Parliament understood it no better than double Dutch. So by the king's command were assembled 4 of the most learned and fattest from all the parliaments of France, including the Great Council, and all the principal professors of the universities, not only of France, but also of England and Italy, men such as Jason, Philippus Decius, Petrus de Petronibus, and a rabble of other old rabbinists. But after remaining in session for the space of 46 weeks, they had been unable to get their teeth into it, or to gain a clear understanding of the case to settle any aspects of it whatever, which so upset them that they most villainously beshot themselves for shame. Side note, Rabanus, a name derived from the monk Rabanus, who composed a version of the Kabbalah in Latin verse. But one of them, named Duduhet, the most learned and the most expert and the shrewdest of them all, said to them one day, when they were philoglobalized in the brain, "Gentlemen, we have been here for a long time now without doing anything but waste time, and we can find neither shore nor bottom to this abysmal matter. The more we study it, the less we understand it, which is a great shame and a burden on our consciousness. And it is my opinion that we shall emerge from all this in disgrace, for in our discussions we are doing nothing but wander. But here is an idea that occurs to me. You must have heard of that great personage, Master Pantagruel by name, who has proved himself learned above the capacities of the present age, in the public disputes which he has maintained against all corners. It is my opinion that we ought to call him in and confer with him on this matter, for no one will ever get to the bottom of this if he does not." All the counselors and doctors readily agreed to this, so they sent for Pantagruel immediately, and begged him kindly to investigate the case, to sift it thoroughly, and to draw them up in a report on it in due legal form and at his own discretion, and they delivered over to him the brief sacks, deeds, and documents, which were nearly enough to load 4 great jackasses. But Pantagruel said to them, "Gentlemen, are the 2 lords who are fighting the suit still alive?" To which came the answer, "Yes." "Then what the devil's the use of all this accumulation of papers and transcripts you are giving me? Isn't it better to hear their dispute with their own lips than to read all this monkey business here? It will be nothing but trickery and devilish dodges out of Kepela's book, and twistings and perversions of the law. I am sure that you, and all those through whose hands the suit had passed, have worked in all you could pro et contra by now, and that even if their dispute was clear and easy to decide, at first you have obscured it with stupid and illogical arguments, and inept opinions from Accursius, Baldus, Bartolus, Castro, Imola, Hippolytus, Panomitanus, Bertachin, Alexander, Curtius, and all those other old mastiffs. They never understood the simplest law in the Pandects. They were just so many blockheads who did not even know the first thing you need for a legal understanding. They had no knowledge of Latin or Greek, you can be certain of that, but only of the Gothic and barbarian tongues. And in the first place, law derives from the Greeks, a fact for which you have the testimony of Ulpian, in the final book of his Origin of the Law, and all the laws are full of Greek words and sentences. Also, secondly, a digest has been made of them, in Latin, the most elegant and ornate writing in all the Latin tongue, and I will not willingly make an exception for Sallust, or Varro, or Cicero, or Seneca, or Titus Livius, or Quintilian. How, then, could those old dodderers have understood the text of laws, since they had never seen a good book in the Latin tongue, as is manifestly clear from their style, which is the style of a chimney-sweep, or a cook, or a scullion, but not that of a jury-consult? What is more, the laws are based on essential philosophy, both moral and natural. How can these fools understand them then, when they have studied less philosophy, by God, than my mule? As for humane learning and knowledge of antiquities and history, they know about as much of that as a toad has feathers. But the laws are full of it, and they cannot be understood without it, as one day I shall demonstrate at greater length in writing. Therefore, if you wish me to take cognizance of this suit, first do me the favor of having all these papers burned, and secondly, let the two gentlemen come before me in person. Then, when I have heard them, I will give you my opinion of the case without any sort of disguise or dissimulation. Some of the lawyers made objections, since, as you know, there are more fools than wise men in all societies, and the larger party always gains the upper hand, as Titus Livius says, when speaking of the Carthaginians. But the aforementioned Duhet manfully opposed them, contending that Pantagruel was right, and that these records, questionnaires, replies, discrediting of witnesses, rehabilitations of witnesses, and other such hellish practices were nothing but perversions of the law and means of prolonging the suit. They would all go to the devil, he said, if they did not change their course and proceed according to evangelical and philosophical equity. In short, all the papers were burned, and the two gentlemen were summoned in person, upon which Pantagruel inquired, "Are you the two who have this great difference between you?" "Yes, my lord," they answered. "Which of you is the plaintiff?" "I am," said Lord Kiss-my-arse. "Now, my friend, tell me your whole complaint, point by point, and stick to the truth, for so help me God, if you tell so much as one word of a lie, I'll strike your head off from your shoulders, just to show you that when it is a question of justice and judgments, nothing must be said that is not the absolute truth. So take good care not to add or subtract, or jot or a tittle in telling me your case. Proceed." 2. How the lords Kiss-my-arse and Suckfizzle pleaded before Pantagruel without advocates. Then Kiss-my-arse began to the following effect. "My lord, it is true that a good woman of my household was carrying eggs to sell in the market." "Cover your head, Kiss-my-arse," said Pantagruel. "Many thanks, my lord," said Kiss-my-arse. But to the matter in hand. There passed between the two tropics the sum of 3 pence towards the zenith and a halfpenny, for as much as the Riffian mountains had that year been most sterile in tricksters, owing to a sedition of babblers stirred up between the Jabberers and the Accursians, to aid the rebellion of the Swiss, who had collected to the number of the bumbees to go to the distribution of presents on the first hole of the year, when they hand soup to the oxen and the key of the charcoal to the maids, so that they may give the oats to the dogs. All night they did nothing but keep their hands on the pot, and dispatched bulls on foot and bulls on horseback to hold back the boats, for the tailors wanted to make out of the stolen shreds a blowpipe to cover the ocean, which was pregnant at the time with a pot full of cabbage, according to the opinion of the hay-trussers. But the physician said that from her urine they could detect no evident sign in the paste of the bustard, of axes eaten with mustard, except that the gentlemen of the court were giving the pox an order in B-flat to stop going about gathering silkworms, because the claws had already made a good beginning at dancing a jig to a diapason, with one foot in the fire and their head in the middle, as good old Raggett used to say. Ah, gentlemen, God moderates all things to his pleasure, and against fortune, the perverse creature. A carter broke his whip through his nose. It was on the return from Labicoque, when Master Ontitus of Cresplatz was given his degree in all dullness, as the canon lawyers say, Viti dunces quoniam ipsi stumleverunt. But the reason why Lent is so high by Saint Fiacre of Brie is only because Pentecost never comes but to my cost. But locks a mercy, you will find a little rain lays a great wind, seeing that the sergeant put the bull's eye at the butt so high for me that the clerk did not orbicularly lick his fingers, which are feathered like ganders, and we plainly see that everyone holds himself to blame, unless he has ocularly looked at himself in perspective towards the fireplace, at the spot where hangs the ensign of the wine with 40 hoops, which are necessary for 20 stockings with a 5-year respite. At least he who would not fly the bird before the cheesecakes should say so, for the memory is often lost when a man puts on his stockings inside out. Well, God preserve you from harm, Tybalt Matane. Softly, my friend, softly, said Pantagruel at this point. Don't be in a hurry and don't speak in temper. I understand the case. Go on. Now, my lord, said Kismayars, this said good woman, saying her goads and her aughty noses, could not protect herself from a treacherous back blow, ascending by the powers and privileges of the university, except by warming herself well with an angular pan, covering it with a 7 of diamonds, and then landing a flying thrust as near as possible to the place where they sell the old rags that the Flemish painters use when they want to shoe the grasshoppers properly. And I very much wonder why the world does not lay, seeing that it is so good at hatching. Here the Lord of Suckfizzle tried to interrupt and say something, but Pantagruel cut him short. By St. Anthony's belly, he exclaimed, is it your place to speak without being told to? Here I am sweating from my efforts to understand the matter of your dispute, and you come and disturb me. Peace, in the devil's name, peace. You shall speak your belly full when this man is finished. Go on, he said to Kismayars, and don't hurt yourself. Seeing then, said Kismayars, that the pragmatic sanction made thereof no mention, and that the Pope gave every man leave to fart at his ease if the blankets were not streaked, whatever poverty there was in the world, and provided no one cross himself with the ribald crew, the rainbow freshly sharpened at Milan to hatch larks, agreed that the good woman should tread down the heels of the sufferers from sciatica, on the complaint of the bollocky little fishes, who were then needed to understand the construction of old boots. However, Jan Calf, her cousin Gervase, stirred up by a log from the pile, advised her on no account to take the risk of seconding the brim-ballatory lie, without first dipping the paper in alum, and then spinning the teetotum for. Non depont vadit qui cum sapientia cadit. Side note. A mixed-up proverb. He does not travel from the bridge who falls with care. End side note. Saying that the masters of accounts did not agree in reckoning the number of German flutes, out of which they had made the spectacles of princes, lately printed in Antwerp. And there, gentlemen, is what makes a bad return, and I believe the other party in this, in sacer verbo dotis. Side note, another mix-up, on the word of a priest. End side note. For wishing to conform to the king's pleasure, I had armed myself from head to foot in belly timber to go and see how my grape gatherers had lashed their tall bonnets, the better to play the lecher. For the time was a little dangerous for coming from the fair, and so several free archers had been turned away from the parade, notwithstanding the fact that the chimneys were high enough, according to the proposition of the Wingalls and Malanders, friend Bodichon. So in this way it was a great year for copper beetles throughout the whole land of Artois, which was no small profit for the faggot-carrying gentry, when they ate without unsheathing, cockle-cranes with unbuttoned stomachs, and it is my wish that everyone had as fine a voice. They would play much better tennis for it, and those little tricks they perform to etymologize the patterns would descend more easily into the Seine to serve forever at the Miller's Bridge, as once was decreed by the King of Canaria, and the order is still on in the record office here. Therefore, my lord, I request your lordship that a judgment should be made and proclaimed in this case, conforming to reason with costs, damages, and interest. Then Pantagruel asked, My friend, do you wish to say anything more? No, my lord, replied Kismayars, for I have said the whole lesson from beginning to end, and I haven't varied from it in any way upon my honor. You then, said Pantagruel, Lord of Suckfizzle, say what you wish and be brief, without, however, omitting anything that will serve your purpose. 12. How the Lord Suckfizzle pleaded before Pantagruel. Then Lord Suckfizzle began as follows. My lord and gentlemen, if the iniquity of men were as easily seen in categorical judgment as one detects flies in milk, the world, by the 4 oxen, would not be so rat-eaten as it is, and there would be many ears on earth that have been too disgracefully nibbled away. For although everything that the opposing party has said is of down, quite true, as to the letter and history of the factum. Nevertheless, gentlemen, the subtleties, the trickeries, the little catches are hidden under the rose-pot. Ought I to endure their coming at the very moment when I am eating my soup with the best, without an evil thought or an evil word to rack and trouble my brain, praying the old dance at me and singing, he that with his soup will drink, when he is dead shall see no wink? And, Holy Mother, how many captains have we seen on the open battlefield when they were given hunks of holy bread of the fraternity, the more honestly to nod their heads, play the lute, crack with their bums, and give little platform leaps. But now the world is all out of joint from the tufts of Leicester fleeces. One becomes debauched, the other 5, 4, and 2, and if the court does not impose some order, it will be as bad gleaning this year as ever it was, or else it will make goblets. If a poor old body goes to the stoves to light up his muzzle with cow dung or to buy winter boots, and the sergeants passing by, or perhaps the watchman, receive the decoction of an enema of the fecal matter of a toilet seat on their noisy jaws, one ought on that account to clip testers and fricassee crowns, the wooden ones. Sometimes we think one thing, but God does the other, and when the sun is set, all beasts are in the shadow. I do not want to believe on this point if I do not prove it bravely by people of daylight. In the year 36, I had bought a Dach German horse, tall and short, of fairly good wool and dyed in the grain, as the goldsmiths assured me, though the notary put in an etc. I am no scholar to catch the moon in my teeth. But in the butter pot where they sealed the volcanic instruments, the rumor was that the salt beef made one find the wine at midnight, without candle, even if it were hidden at the bottom of a collier's sack. Caparison and saddle with the headpiece and thigh pieces necessary for thoroughly frying sauciness. I mean a sheep's head.
And that is just what it says in the proverb, that it is good to see black cows and burned wood when one enjoys one's love. I had a consultation on this matter with the gentlemen clerks, and for resolution they concluded in Friusomorum, by the 5th figure of the syllogism, that there is nothing like mowing in summer in a cellar well supplied with paper and ink, pens and a penknife from Lyon on the Rhone, balderdash. For the moment a coat of armor smells of garlic, the rust eats at his liver, and then one does nothing but fiddle at a wry neck, smelling of after-dinner sleep, and that is what makes a salt so dear. My lords do not believe that at the time when the said good woman caught the spoonbill with bird-lime, the better to make the younger son portion for the record of the sergeant, and when the sheep's pudding took detours round the usurers' purses, there was nothing better to preserve us from the cannibals than to take a rope of onions, tied up with 300 turnips, and a little calf's chaldron of the best alloy the alchemists have, and to thoroughly befoul and calcine his slippers, muff in, muff out, with a good cudgel sauce and a hide and some little mole's earth, saving the bacon rashers. But if the dice will never give you anything else but bad throws, 2 3s at the great end, watch that ace and put the dame on the corner of the bed. Tousle her, tour lure la la, and drink to the dregs, de piscando granolibus, in despite of the frogs, with fine Cothernian gaiters. This will be for the little cooped goslings, which amuse themselves at the game of blow it out, while waiting for the heating of the metal and the beating of the wax at the babbling of healths. It is quite true that the 4 oxen in question had rather short memories. Nevertheless, since they knew the scale, they feared neither cormorant nor Savoy duck, and the good people of my land had good hope by that, saying, "These children will become great in algorism. This shall be a precept and law for us. We cannot fail to take the wolf. Let us make our hedges above the windmill, of which the opposite party has spoken." But the great devil was envious, and put the Germans behind, who played the devil at tippling. Herr, trink, trink, with the double down thrown on the point, for there is no probability in the saying. In Paris, on the Petit Pont, hens on straw, even if they were as high-crested as fen whoops, unless they truly sacrificed the little tufts of the red color newly set on the letters uncial and cursive. It is all one to me, provided the headband of the book does not breed worms. And suppose the case that at the coupling of the hounds the puppies had put on airs before the notary,
had made his return by cabalistic art, it does not follow, saving the better judgment of the court, that 6 acres of meadowland of generous measure will make 3 butts of fine ink without paying ready money. Considering that at King Charles's funeral one got in open market a fleece for 2 or so, I swear on my oath of wool. And I see you ordinarily in all good bagpipes, that when one goes luring birds, making 3 turns of a broom about the chimney-piece, and putting one's name on record, all one does is to bend the bow backward and blow one's rear horn, if it happens to be too hot, and then skedaddle. The letters seen incontinent, the cows were straightway backward sent. And a similar order was given on St. Martin's Day in the year 17 because of the bad government of Luz Fugruz, of which may it please the court to take notice. I do not say, indeed, that one may not in equity and with just title dispossess those who drink of the holy water, as one does with a weaver's shuttle, of which one makes suppositories for those who will not resign except on terms of fair pay and fair play. Tune, gentlemen, quid juris pro minoribus? Then, what law for minors? For the common customs of the Salic law is such that the first firebrand who flays and dishorns the cow, and blows his nose in a full concert of instruments, without solfaing the cobbler's stitches, should in time of nightmare sublimate the penury of his member with moss gathered when men catch cold at midnight mass, to give the strappado to these white wines of Anjou, which trip a man neck to neck in the Breton manner, concluding as above with costs, damages, and interests. After Lord of Suckfizzle had ended, Pantagruel said to the Lord of Kismayars, My friend, do you want to make any reply? To which Kismayars replied, No, my lord, for I have told nothing but the truth, and for God's sake let us make an end of our differences, since it is at great expense that we are here. 13. How Pantagruel delivered judgment on the differences between these 2 gentlemen. Then Pantagruel arose, assembled all the presidents, councillors, and doctors there present, and said to them, Well now, gentlemen, you have heard, vive vocis oracula, by actual word of mouth, the question that is in dispute. How does it look to you? And they replied, We have heard it indeed, but devil a bit of the case have we understood. We pray you therefore unanimously, and beseech you in courtesy to be so kind as to give sentence as you see fit, and ex nunc prut ex tunc, both prospectively and retrospectively. We will accept it and ratify it with our full agreement. Very well, gentlemen, said Pantagruel. Since you wish it, I will do so. But I do not find the case as difficult as you do. Your paragraph, Cato, the law frater, the law Gallus, the law quinque pedum, the law vinum, the law si dominus, the law mater, the law mulier bona, the law siquis, the law Pomponius, the law fundi, the law emptor, the law praetor, the law venditor, and plenty of others are, in my opinion, much more difficult. After saying this, he walked once or twice up and down the hall, thinking very deeply, as could be imagined. He groaned like an ass that is girthed too tight, considering that he must do right to each one without bias or favoritism. Then he returned to his seat and began to pronounce the judgment that follows. Having seen, heard, and thoroughly considered the differences between the lords of Kismayars and of Suckfizzle, the court declares that, in viewing of the quaking of the bat declining bravely from the summer solstice to woo the trifles which have checkmated the pawn through the wicked vexations of the light shunners that are in the meridian of Rome, of an ape on horseback bending a crossbow backward, the plaintiff had due cause to caulk the vessel which the old woman was blowing up, with 1 foot shod and the other naked, reimbursing him low and stiff in his conscience, with as many bladder nuts as there is hair on 18 cows, and as many for the embroiderer. Likewise he is declared innocent of the privileged case of the foul bums, which it was thought he would have incurred, since he could not shit merrily, by the decision of a pair of gloves perfumed with farts, at the walnut taper, as is usual in his country of Mirabilis, letting go the bowline with bronze bullets, whereupon the stable boys, in protest, made pies of his interquilted pulse from the Loire, together with hawk bells made of Hungarian point, which his brother-in-law carried as a record in an adjacent basket, embroidered gules with 3 worn-out chevrons of woven work, at the corner dog-hole from which they shoot at the vermiform popinjay with the feather flap. But inasmuch as he charges the defendant that he was a botcher, a cheese-eater, and a caulker of mummy flesh, which has been found untrue in the sifting, as the said defendant has well argued, the court condemns him to pay 3 glassfuls of curds cemented prelorlitated and codpieced according to the custom of the country, to the said defendant, payable at mid-August and May. But the said defendant shall be bound to furnish hay and stubble for stopping the prickles of his throat, confused with gobbets of meat, well examined in slices, and let them be friends once more, without cost and with good reason. After each sentence had been pronounced, the 2 parties departed, each satisfied with the decision, which was an almost incredible thing, for it had not happened since the great rains, nor will it happen again for 13 jubilees, that 2 parties, contending in judgment on opposite sides, should be equally content with a definitive decision. As for the counselors and other doctors who were there present, they remained in a swoon of ecstasy for quite 3 hours, all entranced with admiration for Pantagruel's superhuman wisdom, which they clearly perceived in the decision of this most difficult and thorny case, and they would have remained in that state till now, had not a quantity of vinegar and rosewater been brought to restore them to their ordinary sense and understanding, for which God be praised in all ways. 14. Panurge's account of the way in which he escaped from the Turks. Pantagruel's judgment was immediately known and acknowledged by all the world, and printed in quantity and stored up in the palace archives, as a result of which people began to say, Solomon, who by guesswork restored the child to its mother, never performed such a masterpiece of wisdom as the good Pantagruel has done. We are fortunate to have him in our country. And indeed they wanted to make him master of requests and president of the court. But he refused all their offers with gracious thanks. For there is, he said, too much servility in such offices, and it is only with the greatest difficulty that those who hold them can be saved, seeing the corruption of men, and I think that if the vacant places among the angels are not filled by some other sort of people, we shall not have the last judgment for 37 jubilees, and Cusanus's conjectures will be proved wrong. I give you notice of this in good time, but if you have any hogsheads of good wine, I will accept the present willingly. This they heartily gave him, sending him of the best in the city, and he drank pretty well, but poor Panurge drank it up valiantly, for he was as thin as a red herring, and walked gingerly like a lean cat. In fact, someone rebuked him, when he was out of breath from drinking a great bowlful of red wine, saying, Gently, my friend, gently, you're swilling it like a madman. Go to hell, replied Panurge. You haven't got one of your namby-pamby Paris drinkers here, who never put down more than a chaffinch, and only take a beakful when they are tapped on the tail like sparrows. If I could mount up, comrade, as well as I can swallow down, I should be with Empedocles already, above the sphere of the moon. But I don't know what the devil you are talking about. This wine is very good and most delicious, but the more I drink of it, the thirstier I am. I believe that the shadow of my lord Pantagruel makes men thirsty, as the moon breeds catarrhs. At this, all the company began to laugh, upon which Pantagruel demanded, Panurge, what have you got to laugh about? My lord, he replied, I was telling them how very unfortunate these devilish Turks are not to drink a drop of wine. If there were no other evil in Mahomet's Koran, I still wouldn't put myself under its law, not for a moment. Now tell me how you escaped from their hands, said Pantagruel. By the Lord, sir, said Panurge, I won't tell you a single untrue word. The rascally Turks had put me on a spit, all larded like a rabbit, for I was so thin that my flesh would have been very poor meat any other way, and at this point they were having me roasted alive. Now, as they were roasting me, I commended myself to the divine mercy, keeping the good St. Lawrence in my mind, and still trusting in God, that he would deliver me from this torment, which came to pass in a very strange fashion. For as I was most fervently commending myself to him, crying, Lord God, help me, Lord God, save me, Lord God, release me of this torment which these treacherous dogs are inflicting on me, for holding fast to thy law, the turnspit fell asleep by the will of God, or else by the virtue of some good Mercury, who cunningly put Argus to sleep with all his 100 eyes. When I realized that he had stopped turning me on the spit, I looked at him and saw that he was asleep. Then with my teeth, I picked up a firebrand by the end that was not burned and threw it into my roaster's lap. And I threw another as best I could under a camp bed, which stood near the fireplace, and on which was the straw mattress of my friend, Master Turnspit. Immediately the fire caught the straw, and from the straw caught the bed, and from the bed the floor, which was made up of pine planks laid in squares, like the bottoms of lamps. But the good thing was that the fire I had thrown into my rascally roaster's lap burned his whole groin and began to catch his bollocks. And his sense of smell was not so bad that he did not perceive it sooner than daylight. Then, jumping up as frightened as a goat, he shouted out of the window at the top of his voice, Dal Barath, Dal Barath, which is as much as to say, fire, fire, and came straight at me to throw me right into the flames. Indeed, I had recut the cords with which they had tied my hands, and was cutting the bonds from my legs. But the master of the house had heard the cry of fire and smelled the smoke from the street, where he was walking with some other pashas and musafis, and he ran as hard as he could to bring help and save his baggage. The moment he arrived, he drew out the spit on which I was trussed, and stuck my roaster stone dead with a wound from which he died on the spot, for lack of treatment or for some other reason. For he ran him through with the spits, a little above the navel towards his right side, and pierced the third lobe of his liver. The blow, striking upward, penetrated his diaphragm, and transfixing his pericardium, the spit came out through the upper part of his shoulder, between the vertebrae and the left shoulder blade. It is true that as he drew the spit out of my body, I fell down near the andirons, and the fall hurt me a little, but it was not much, for the bacon slices took the shock. Then, when my pasha saw that the situation was desperate, that there was no good chance of saving his house from burning, and that all his goods were lost, he offered his soul to all the devils, naming Grilgoth, Astaroth, Rapalis, and Gribolis, each 9 times. At the sight of this, I felt more than 5 penny worth of fear, thinking in my terror, the devils come this very moment to carry off this fool, and won't they be just the people to carry me off too? I'm half roasted already. My bacon slices will be my undoing. For these devils here are fond of bacon, for which you have the authority of the philosopher Iamblichus and of Mermalt in his apology, De Bosutis et Contrafactis pro magistros nostros, about hunchbacks and impostors for our masters. But I made the sign of the cross, crying, Agios Athanatos, ho Theos, God is holy and immortal, and not one of them came. When he discovered this, my rascally pasha tried to kill himself with my spit, and to drive it through his heart. In fact, he put it against his chest, but it would not go in, for it was not pointed enough. He forced it as hard as he could, but to no effect. Then I went up to him and said, Mr. Bugrino, you are wasting your time here. You will never kill yourself like that, but very likely will you do yourself some hurt, from which you will suffer all your life at the hands of the barber surgeons. If you like, however, I will kill you here outright in such a way that you will feel nothing. You may trust me, for I have killed many others who were very satisfied with my handiwork. Ah, my friend, he said, I beg you to do so, and for the deed I give you my purse. Wait, here it is. There are 600 seraphs in it, and some perfect diamonds and rubies. And where are they? Asked Epistemon. By St. John, said Panurge. They are far enough off by now, if they are still moving. But where are the snows of yesteryear, which was the great preoccupation of the Parisian poet Villon? Conclude, said Pantagruel, I beg of you, and let us know how you dressed your pasha. By my faith, as an honest man, said Panurge, I won't tell you so much as a word of a lie. I tied him up with a wretched strip of linen that I found there half burned, and secured his hands and feet roughly with my cords, so well that he could not have struggled. Then I passed my spit through his throat, and slung him up, hanging the spit onto 2 great hooks which were used to support halberds. Then, kindling a fair fire under him, I warmed my lord up as they dry red herrings over the fireplace, after which, taking his purse and the little javelin which hung on its hooks, I went off at a good pace, and God knows I smelt like a shoulder of mutton. When I came down into the street, I found that everyone had run out to the fire with quantities of water to put it out, and when they saw me like this half-roasted, they naturally took pity on me, and threw all their water over me, which was the jolliest refreshment, and did me a great deal of good. Then they gave me a little food, but I hardly ate, for they offered me nothing but water to drink, as is their custom. They did me no other harm except a villainous little Turk, with a hump on his chest, who was stealthily eating my bacon, when I gave him such a sound rap on the knuckles with my whole javelin that he did not come back for more, and a young Corinthian harlot, who had brought me a pot of round myrobalan plums, conserved in their manner, who looked at my poor fly-bitten devil, which was just as it had been taken from the fire, for it then hung down no further than my knees. But note that this roasting cured me completely of a sciatica, to which I had been subject for more than 7 years, on the side on which my roaster had let me burn when he fell asleep. Now, while they were amusing themselves with me, the fire succeeded, never mind how, in catching more than 2,000 houses. In the end, one of them noticed it and cried out, "By the belly of Mahomet, the whole town's burning, while we stay here amusing ourselves." So each one went off to his own place. For my part, I made my way toward the gate, and when I was on a little hillock near it, I turned back, like Lot's wife, and saw the whole town burning, at which I was so glad that I almost shat myself for joy. But God soundly punished me for it. How? Asked Pantagruel. As I was gazing in great delight on this beautiful fire, answered Panurge, joking to myself and saying, "Ah, poor fleas, ah, poor mice, you'll have a bad winter. The fire's in your bed straw." There came out more than 1,311 dogs, great and small, rushing all together from the town to escape the fire. The moment they appeared, they ran right at me, catching the odor of my wretched half-roasted flesh, and they would have eaten me on the spot if my good angel had not given me a fine inspiration and taught me a very opportune remedy against toothache.
15. How Panurge demonstrated a new way of building the walls of Paris. One day, to refresh himself from his studies, Pantagruel was walking toward the Faubourg Saint-Marcel, wishing to visit the Folies Gobelins, and with him was Panurge, carrying as always a flask under his gown, together with a piece of ham, for without this he never went out. He said that it was his bodyguard. He carried no other sword, and when Pantagruel wanted to give him one, he answered that it would heat his spleen. "Yes," said Epistemon, "but if you were attacked, how would you defend yourself?" "With stout blows from my leggings," he replied, supposing that thrusts were forbidden. On their return, Panurge considered the walls of Paris, and said to Pantagruel in derision, "Oh, how strong they are! They're just the thing for keeping goslings in a coop. By my beard, they are pretty poor defenses for a city like this. Why, a cow could knock down more than 12 feet of them with a single fart." "Oh, my friend," said Pantagruel, "do you know Agelaus's reply when he was asked why the great city of Lacedaemon was not walled? Well, he pointed out to the inhabitants and citizens of the town, who were such experts in military discipline, so strong and so well armed. These, he said, are the city walls, signifying thereby that there are no walls save of bone, and that towns and cities could have no surer and stronger fortification than the virtue of their citizens and inhabitants. Similarly, this city is so strong from the multitude of warlike people in it that they do not trouble to make any other walls. Besides, if any one wanted to wall it round like Strasbourg, Orleans, or Ferrara, it would be impossible. The costs and charges would be excessive." "Yes," said Panurge. "Still, it is good to have an appearance of stone when one is invaded by the enemy, if it is only so that one can ask, 'Who is there down below?' As for the enormous cost that you say would be incurred if they wanted to wall it, if the gentlemen of the city will give me a good mug of wine, I will teach them a very new method by which they will be able to build cheaply." "How?" asked Pantagruel. "Don't say a word about it," said Panurge, "and I'll tell you. I notice that in this country the thingamabobs of the ladies are cheaper than the stone. The walls ought to be built of them, arranged in good architectural symmetry, and with the biggest in front, and then sloping back downwards, like the back of an ass. The middle-sized ones should be arranged next, and the little ones last of all. This done, there must be a fine little interlacing of them in diamond points, as in the great tower of Bourges, with an equal number of stiff what-do-you-call-ems, such as dwell in the cloistral codpieces. What devil would be able to overthrow walls like that? There is no metal like that for resisting blows. So much so that if cannonballs came to rub themselves against them, you would immediately see a distillation of that blessed fruit of the great pox, as small as rain, but devilish dry. What is more
the lightning would never strike them, and why? They are all blessed or consecrated. I can only see one drawback. Ho, ho, ha, 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 exclaimed Pantagruel. And what is that? The flies are marvelously fond of them. They would quickly gather round and leave their excretions there, and then all the work would be spoiled. But there's a way of remedying that. They must be swatted with fine foxtails, or good large ass pizzles from Provence. And on that subject I should like to tell you, as we go to supper, a fine example set down by Friar Lubin in his book De Compationibus Mendicantium, on the convivial drinking of beggars. In the time when animals spoke, which is not more than 3 days ago, a poor lion walking in the forest of Fontainebleau and reciting his private devotions passed beneath a tree which a poor charcoal burner had climbed to cut wood. Now when the man saw the lion, he flung his hatchet at him and severely wounded him in one leg. The lion ran limping about all over the forest to find help, until he met a carpenter, who kindly looked at his wound, cleaned it as best he could, and dressed it with moss, telling him that he must wipe the place well, and not let the flies make their muck in it while he went to find some yarrow. After receiving this attention, the lion went for a stroll in the forest, where at that moment the most ancient of hags was gathering woods in bundles. Now when she saw the lion approaching, she tumbled over backwards in such a way that the wind blew up her dress, petticoat, and smock above her shoulders. At this sight the lion ran up out of pity to see if she had done herself any harm. And when he looked at her, he said, "Oh, my poor woman, who gave you that wound?" And as he spoke, he saw a fox whom he called to him, saying, "Come here, brother fox, here, you are needed." And when the fox came up, he explained, "Look, brother, look, my friend, someone has given this old woman a dreadful wound here between her legs. There is a manifest cleavage in the flesh. Look how big the wound is, from the backside to the navel. It measures fully 5.5 breadths of a hand. It must have been a hatchet blow, and I suspect that it is an old wound. You must keep the flies off it, so wipe it well, I beg of you, inside and out. You have a good long tail, wipe it, my friend, wipe it, I implore you. And in the meantime I'll go and find some moss to put in it. For so we ought to succour and help one another. Wipe it hard like this, my friend, wipe it well, for this wound ought to be wiped often, otherwise the creature will be uncomfortable. Now wipe it well, my little fellow, wipe away. God has provided you with a tail, a long one and correspondingly thick. Wipe hard and don't get tired. A good wiper who wipes continuously and keeps wiping with his wiper will never be visited by flies. Wipe away, my dear fellow, wipe, my little darling. I won't be away a moment." Then he went to find a supply of moss, and when he was a little way off, he shouted out to the fox, "Go on wiping properly, and don't be sparing of your wiping, my dear fellow. I'll have you made paid wiper to Don Pedro of Castile. Just wipe and nothing more." The poor fox wiped very well, this way and that, up and down, but the naughty old woman pooped and blew, and stank like 100 devils. The poor fox was very uncomfortable, for he did not know which way to turn to avoid the perfume of the creature's farts. And as he turned, he saw that in her backside there was yet another hole, not as big as the one he was wiping, from which this stinking and infected breeze was escaping. Finally the lion returned, bringing with him more than 18 packfuls of moss, which he began to stuff into the wound with a stick that he had brought, and he had already got 16.5 packs in, when he exclaimed in amazement, "This wound's devilish deep. It would take 2 cartloads and more," at which the fox remarked, "Oh, brother lion, my dear friend, don't put all the moss in there, I beg you. Keep a little bit back, for there is still another little hole underneath that stinks like 500 devils. I'm quite poisoned with the smell, it's so filthy." Now that is the way in which these walls should be kept free of flies, and some people must be paid wages for wiping them. Then Pantagruel asked, "How do you know that the private parts of women are so cheap? There are many modest and chaste women. Indeed, there are many virgins in the city." "Et ubi prenus?" Dog Latin. "Where are we to find them?" asked Panurge. "I will tell you my opinion on this point, and that on certain and assured knowledge. I won't make a boast of having stuffed 417 of them since I have been in this town, and that's only 9 days. But this morning I met a good fellow carrying 2 little girls, 2 or 3 years old at the most, in a saddle-bag like Aesop's, one before and one behind. He begged an alms of me, but I answered him that I had many more bollocks than pence. After that I asked him, 'My good man, are those 2 girls virgins?' 'Brother,' he answered, 'I've been carrying them like this for 2 years. As for the one in front, I never take my eyes off her, and in my opinion she's a virgin. but I wouldn't put my finger in the flames for it, all the same. As for the one who rides behind, I really can't say. Truly, said Pantagruel, you're a jolly companion. I should like to put you in my livery. And he had him smartly dressed after the prevailing fashion, except that Panurge insisted on having the codpiece of his breeches cut 3 feet long and square, not round. This was done, and it made him a most noteworthy sight. He often said, indeed, that the world had not yet discovered what profit and use there is in wearing great codpieces, but that time would teach them one day. Since all things are the inventions of time, God preserve the man, he used to say, whose long codpiece has saved his life. God preserve the man whose long codpiece has been worth 160,009 crowns to him in a single day. God preserve the man who by long codpiece has saved a whole city from dying of hunger. And by God, I'll make a book on the utility of long codpieces when I have more leisure. In fact, he composed a fine great book with illustrations, but it is not yet printed, so far as I know. 16. Panurge's character and qualities. Panurge was of middling stature, neither too big nor too small, and his nose was somewhat aquiline, the shape of a razor handle. At that time he was 35 or thereabouts, and about as fit for gilding as a lead dagger. He was a very proper-looking fellow, but for the fact that he was a bit of a lecher and naturally subject to a malady that was called at that time the lack of money, pain incomparable. However, he has 63 ways of finding it at a pinch, the commonest and most honest of which was by means of cunningly perpetrated larceny. He was a mischievous rogue, a cheat, a boozer, a roisterer, and a vagabond, if ever there was one in Paris, but otherwise the best fellow in the world, and he was always perpetrating some trick against the sergeants and the watch. At one time he collected 3 or 4 good yokels, made them drink like Templars all evening, and afterward took them under the walls of Saint Genevieve, or to a spot near the College of Navarre, just when the watch was coming up that way, and to discover the moment, he rested his sword on the pavement and put his ear to it, for when he heard his sword quiver, it was an infallible sign that the watch was at hand. At that moment, then, he and his companions took a dung cart and pushed it off, so that it rushed with all its force down the hill, and knocked all the watch over like so many pigs. Then he and his yokels ran away in the other direction, for in less than 2 days he knew all the streets, lanes, and alleys in Paris, as well as he knew his prayers. At another time he laid a train of gunpowder at a good place, which the said watch was bound to pass. And then at the hour when they were due, he set fire to it and was highly delighted by the graceful way in which they took to their heels when they thought that St. Anthony's fire had got them by the legs. As for the poor masters of art and the theologians, he persecuted them most of all. When he saw any of them in the street, he never failed to play them some trick. Sometimes he would put dung in their graduate hoods, sometimes he would tie little foxtails or hare's ears behind them, and at other times he would do them some other mischief. One day, when all the theologians were summoned to meet in the Rue de Foire, he made a mud pie composed of garlic, galbanum, asafoetida, and castoreum, in quantity, and of turds that were still warm. This he steeped in the runnings from sores. Then very early in the morning he smeared and anointed the pavement, so that the devil himself could not have endured it. 3 or 4 of them brought up the complete contents of their stomachs. There before everyone, as if they had flayed the fox. 10 or 12 of them died of the plague. 14 caught leprosy, 18 got the gout, and more than 27 contracted pox. But he did not care a fig. He generally carried a whip under his gown, with which he mercilessly beat any page he found carrying wine to his master, just to hurry him along. In his cloak he had more than 26 pockets, small and great, which were always full. In one was a little lead dice and a small knife as sharp as a furrier's needle, with which he cut purses. In another was some grape juice, which he threw into the eyes of anyone whom he met. In another were burrs flighted with little goose or capon feathers, which he threw at the good men's gowns and bonnets. And often he made them fine horns, which they wore all about the city, sometimes indeed for the whole of their lives. For the women also he sometimes made horns in the shape of a male member, and planted them on the back of their hoods. In another he carried a quantity of small cones filled with fleas and lice, which he borrowed from the beggars of St. Innocents. These he tossed with little reeds of writing quills onto the collars of the sweetest young ladies he could find, and especially in church, for he never sat up in the choir, but always stayed in the nave among the women, at Mass and at Vespers, as well as at the sermon. In another pocket he kept a large supply of hooks and buckles, with which he would often fasten men and women together, in places where they were crowded close, and he especially chose those who were wearing thin taffeta gowns, so that when they tried to get apart, they tore all their clothes. In another pocket he kept a tinder box with tinder, matches, and flint, and all the other tackle necessary for his purpose, and yet another 2 or 3 burning glasses, with which he sometimes made men and women quite mad, and put them out of countenance in church. For he said that there was only a very little difference between a woman folle à la messe and molle à la fesse, which means mad at mass and pliant in the buttock. In another pocket he had a collection of needles and thread, with which he performed 1,000 little devilments. On one occasion, at the entrance from the palace into the great hall, he met a grey friar. He was about to say mass to the councillors, and helped him to dress and robe himself. But in appareling him, he sewed his alb onto his cloak and shirt, and then when the gentlemen of the court took their seats to hear the mass, he retired. But when it came to the missa est, and the poor friar tried to take off his alb, he took his gown and his shirt off with it, since they were thoroughly sewn together, and so stripped himself to the shoulders, displaying his what you may call it to all the world, and certainly it was no small one. And the friar went on tugging, and went on uncovering himself until one of the gentlemen of the court said, "Tell me, is it this holy father's wish to make us the offering of his arse to kiss? May it be kissed by St. Anthony's fire." And from that time it was ordained that the poor fathers should never disrobe in public, but always in their vestry, especially when women were at Mass, for fear they might arouse in them the sin of desire. People asked why it is that friars have such long tools, and the said Panurge solved the problem very neatly by saying, "What makes asses' ears so long is because their dams do not put bonnets on their heads." As Diley says in his Suppositions, by parallel reasoning, what makes the tools of the poor blessed fathers so long is that they do not wear buttoned breeches, and their poor member stretches freely, without let or hindrance, and so it goes waggling down to their knees, like a woman's string of beads. But the reason why they have it correspondingly stout is because as it waggles, the humours of the body descend into the said member. For according to the lawman, agitation and continual motion are the cause of attraction. "Oh dear, no, madam," he would reply. "I am merely tuning myself to the counterpoint of the music you are making with your nose." In another pocket he had a picklock, a lever, a hook, and some other instruments, with which there was no door or strong box that he could not pry open. He had another full of little cups, with which he played very cunningly, for he was born with fingers as pliant as Minerva's or Arachne's, and had once been a seller of quack remedies. Indeed, when he changed a tester or any other piece of money, the changer would have to have been sharper than Master Fly to prevent Panurge from conjuring away 5 or 6 small coins each time, visibly, openly, and manifestly, without making any wound or lesion of which the changer would have felt so much as the breath. 17. How Panurge gained the pardons and married the old women, and of the lawsuits he had in Paris. One day I found Panurge somewhat woebegone and taciturn, and I very much suspected that he had not a penny. I said to him, therefore, "Panurge, as I can read from your countenance, you are sick, and I understand your disease. You have a flux of the purse, but don't worry. I have still 6 sous and a half that father and mother never saw, and they won't fail you in your need, any more than the pox." "A fart for your money," he replied. "I shall have only too much one day, for I have a philosopher's stone that draws me money out of purses as the magnet attracts iron. But will you come and buy pardons?" "Faith," I replied, "I am no great man for pardons in this world of ours, and I don't know whether I shall be in the next. But let's go in God's name. There is only a penny in it, more or less." "Well, lend me the penny, then, at least," said he. "Not a bit of it," I replied, "but I'll give it to you with all my heart." "The formula of a garbled grace, gratis vobis dominos," said he. So we went, beginning at Saint Gervais, and I bought pardons of the first box only, for in such matters I am easily satisfied. Then I made my small petitions and said the St. Bridget players. But he bought at all the boxes, and each time he gave money to the collector. From there we went on to Notre Dame, to Saint Jean, to Saint Antoine, and to the other churches, where there was a fund of pardons. For my part I bought no more, but as for him, he kissed the relics at all the boxes and gave at each one. In fact, when we got back, he took me to drink at the Castle Inn and showed me 10 or 12 of his little pockets full of money. Upon this I blessed myself, making the sign of the cross, and asked him, "Where have you got so much money from, and in so short a time?" To which he answered that he had taken it out of the offertory plates. For when I gave them the first penny, he said, I put it in so deftly that it looked like a large silver coin. So with one hand I took out a dozen pence, or perhaps a dozen threepenny bits, or sixpences. They must have been, and 3 or 4 dozen of the same with the other, and so on in all the churches we visited. Come now, said I, you're damning yourself like the serpent. You've been thieving and committing sacrilege. Oh yes, said he, it looks like that to you, but it doesn't look like that to me. For really the pardoners give it to me when they offer me the relics to kiss and pronounce the words, Centupulum acipies. You will receive 100-fold, which is as much as to say that for 1 penny I am to take 100. For acipies is said after the manner of the Hebrews, who use the future tense instead of the imperative, as you have it in the law, where it reads, Diliges Dominum, you will love the Lord, for dilige, love. So when the bearer of pardon said to me, Centuplum acipes, he meant Centuplum acipe, you will receive 100-fold. For so Rabbi Kimi and Rabbi Ben Erza explain it, and all the Masoretes and Ibi Bartolus as well. What is more, Pope Sixtus gave me 1,500 francs of income from his domain, and ecclesiastical treasure, for having cured him of a cankerous sore, which so tortured him he was afraid he would be lame for the whole of his life. So, since he is not lame, I take my payment into my own hands, out of the said ecclesiastical treasure. Ho, my friend, said he, if you knew how I feathered my nest from the crusade, you would be astounded indeed. It was worth more than 6,000 florins to me. And where the devil have they gone, I asked, for you haven't half of one left. Gone where they came from, he replied. They did no more than change owners. But I used at least 3,000 of them in making marriages, not of young girls, for they find only too many husbands, but of sempiternal old bodies without a tooth in their heads. For I thought, these good creatures here have employed their time very well in their youth, playing the close buttock game, with stern hoisted for all comers, until no one has wanted them any more. But by God, I'll have them shake the sheets once again before they die. For this reason I gave one 100 florins, another 120, another 300, according to their degree of infamy, repulsiveness, and hideousness. For the more horrible and detestable they were, the more they would have to give. Otherwise the devil himself would not have rogered them. Immediately after that, I went to some great fat faggot bearer and made the match myself. But before I showed him the old woman, I showed him the money and said, Here's something for you, my friend, if you'll do a bout of lechery. At this the poor devil would frisk up like an old mule. So I had a good banquet and the best of drink prepared for them, with plenty of spices to put the old woman in rut and on heat. To cut the story short, they sweated at it like all good souls. Only in the case of the most horribly ugly and ill-favored women, I had a sack put over their faces. In addition, I have lost a great deal in lawsuits. And what lawsuits can you have had, I asked. You have neither land nor houses. My friend, he said, by the instigation of the devil from hell, the ladies of this town discovered a kind of neckerchief, or gorget worn high on the neck, which concealed their breasts so completely that a man could no longer put his hand under them, for they made the thing open behind, and it was entirely closed in front, much to the displeasure of their poor, doleful, and pensive lovers. One fine Tuesday I presented a petition to the court, opening a suit against these fine gentlewomen, and setting forth the great injury caused to me thereby, at the same time protesting that, by that same argument, I would have the codpiece of my trousers sewn on behind, unless the court made an order in my favor to sum things up. The ladies formed a syndicate, showed their grounds of defense, and engaged lawyers to defend their case. But I pursued the matter so vigorously that it was decreed by sentence of the court that these high gorgets should be worn no longer unless slightly open at the front, but it cost me a great deal. I had another suit, a filthy dirty one, against Sam Cesspool and his assistants, that they should no longer read the Punch and Pipe and the fourth book of Smells at night, but in full light of day, and that in the schools on the floor, before all the rest of the sophists. But in this suit I was condemned to pay costs on account of some formality in the return of the sergeant's writ. On another occasion I laid a complaint before the court against the mules of the presidents, councillors, and others, to the effect that when they were left to champ their bits in the lower court of the palace, the councillors ought to make them handsome bibs, so that they should not spoil the pavement with their spittle, and that the palace pages should consequently be able to play on it with their fair dice, or at swelp me God in comfort, without staining the knees of their breeches. Here I got a favorable judgment, but it cost me a pretty penny. Now at this point you must reckon up how much I spend on the little banquets I give to the palace pages every day or two. And for what purpose, I asked. My friend, he said, you have no fun at all in this world, but I have more than the king, and if you will join up with me, we'll play the devil together. No, no, I answered. By St. Adarus, you'll be hanged one of these days. And you, he said, one of the days you'll be buried. And which is the more honorable, the earth or the air? Ho, you dull beast, wasn't Jesus Christ hung up in the air? But, by the way, while these pages are banqueting, I look after the mules, and I'll cut the stirrup girths of one on the mounting side, so that it only hangs by a thread. Then, when some bloated councillor or other has taken his swing to get up, he'll fall as flat as a hog before everybody, and provide more than 100 francs worth of laughter. But I have a bigger laugh still, because when they get back home, they have Master Page beaten like green rye. So I don't complain of what it cost me to banquet them. To sum it up, he had, as I have already said, 63 ways of recovering money, but he had 214 ways of spending it, excluding the replenishments required just under his nose. 18. How a great English scholar attempted to argue against Pantagruel and was worsted by Panurge. In these same days a learned man named Thamast, hearing the fame and renown of Pantagruel's incomparable learning, came from the land of England with the sole intention of seeing this same Pantagruel, and knowing him, and testing whether his knowledge was as great as it was reported. So when he arrived in Paris, he went to the house of the said Pantagruel, who was lodging in the Hotel Saint-Denis, and was at the time walking in the garden with Panurge, philosophizing after the manner of the Peripatetics. At his first entrance, Thamast quite started with fear when he saw how tall and stout Pantagruel was. Then he saluted him courteously, as is the fashion, and said, How true is the saying of Plato, prince of philosophers, that if the image of science and learning were corporeal and visible to the eyes of men, it would arouse admiration from the whole world, for the mere report of it, scattered on the air, should it be received by the studious and by its lovers, who are called philosophers, will not suffer them to sleep, or rest at their ease, but spurs and inflames them to run to the place and see the person in whom this science is said to have set up her temple and to reveal her oracles. Of this we had manifest proof in the case of the Queen Sheba, who came from the most distant east, from the Persian Sea, to behold the order of the wise Solomon's house, and to hear his wisdom in the case of Anacharsis, who from Scythia went to Athens to see Solon, in the case of Pythagoras, who visited the soothsayers of Memphis, in the case of Pluto, who sought out the Egyptian Magi, and Archytas of Tarentum, in the case of Apollonius of Tyana, who went as far as Mount Caucasus, passing by the Scythians, the Massagetae, and the Indians who navigated the great river Phison, as far as the Brahman country, to see Hierarchus, and who traveled in Babylonia, Chaldea, Media, Assyria, Parthia, Syria, Phoenicia, Arabia, Palestine, and Alexandria, as far as Ethiopia, to see the Gymnosophists. We have a similar example in Titus Livius, to see and hear whom several studious persons come to Rome from the utmost borders of France and Spain. I dare not count myself in the number of rankings of such perfect men, but I certainly wish to be accounted a scholar, and a lover not only of learning, but of learned men. In fact, hearing the report of your most inestimable scholarship, I have left country, family, and home, and have transported myself here, counting as nothing the length of the journey, the weariness of the sea, and the strangeness of the land, only to see you and to confer with you on some passages of philosophy, of geomancy, and of the Kabbalah, on which I am in doubt and cannot satisfy my mind. If you can explain these to me, I will be your slave from now on, and I and all my posterity, for I have no other gift which I would esteem sufficient to reward you.
But this is the manner in which I propose that we shall dispute. I do not want to argue pro and contra, as do the stupid sophists of the city and elsewhere. Likewise, I do not wish to dispute in the academic manner by declamation, nor yet by numbers, as Pythagoras did and as Pico Mirandola wished to do at Rome. I desire to dispute by signs only, without speech, for these matters are so difficult that human words would not be adequate to expound them to my satisfaction. May it please your magnificence, therefore, to be present there. That is to say, in the great hall of Navarre, at 7 o'clock in the morning. When he had concluded this speech, Pantagruel courteously replied, Sir, of the graces which God has given me, there is none that I would refuse to communicate to anyone to the extent of my powers. For all good comes from him, and it is his pleasure that it should be increased. When we find ourselves among men worthy and suitable to receive this heavenly manna of honest learning, and since I clearly see that at the present time you hold first rank among that number, I proclaim to you that at all hours you will find me ready to comply with each one of your requests, according to my small ability, although I should really learn from you rather than you from me. But as you will have proposed, we will discuss your problems together, and will seek a resolution for them, even to the bottom of that inexhaustible well in which, as Heraclitus says, truth lies hidden. And I highly commend the manner of arguing that you have proposed, that is to say, by signs and without speaking. For in that way you and I will understand one another, and will not be disturbed by that applause, in which the doltish sophists indulge during a dispute, when one party has the better of the argument. So tomorrow I shall not fail to appear at the place and hour which you have appointed, but I beg of you that there shall be neither strife nor wrangling between us, and that we shall seek neither honor nor the applause of men, but the truth only.
To which Thamas replied, Sir, may God maintain you in his grace. I thank you that your high magnificence has so greatly condescended to my poor baseness. So God keep you till tomorrow. God keep you, replied Pantagruel. Gentlemen, you who read these present writings, consider that never were men more elevated and transported than those two were all through that night. Thamas no less than Pantagruel, for this same Thamas said to the keeper of the Hotel de Cluny, in which he was lodged, that never in all his life had he found himself so thirsty as he then did. I feel, he said, as if Pantagruel held me by the throat. Order us some drink, I beg of you, and see also that we have some fresh water, so that I may gargle my throat. On the other side, Pantagruel got into a high state of excitement, and did nothing all night long but brood on Bede's book De Numeris et Signis, Plotinus's book De Inenarrabilibus, Proclus's book De Magia, Artemidorus's books Peri Omicriticon, Anaxagoras Peri Semyon, Inarius's Peri Aphaeton, Philision's books, Hipponax's Peri Anakphoteon, on numbers and signs, on things indescribable, on magic, on the meaning of dreams, on signs, on unspeakable things, on things better not discussed. And a host of others, until Panurge said to him, My lord, leave all these thoughts and go to bed, for I feel you to be so troubled in your spirits that you may soon fall into some quotidian fever from this excess of thinking. First drink some 25 or 30 good draughts, and then retire and sleep at your ease, for in the morning I will answer and argue against Master Englishman If I don't reduce him to speechlessness, then abuse me as you will. Yes, Panurge, my friend, replied Pantagruel, but how will you satisfy him? He is marvelously learned. Perfectly well, replied Panurge. Let's say no more about it, I beg of you. Just leave it to me. Is there any man as learned as the devils are? No, indeed, said Pantagruel, except by special grace of God. Nevertheless, answered Panurge, I have many times argued against them, made fools of them, and turned them upside down, so you need have no doubts about this vainglorious Englishman. I'll make him ship vinegar tomorrow before the whole world. So Panurge spent the night tippling with the pages and played away all the points of his breeches at primus et secundus and pushpin. But when the appointed hour came, he led his master Pantagruel to the agreed spot, and believe me, there was no one in Paris, great or small, who did not come there thinking to himself, this devil of a Pantagruel, who has got the better of all these tricksy callow sophists, will be paid out this time. For this Englishman is another devil of Vauvert. We shall see who gets the best of this. So everybody was assembled, and Thamas was waiting for them. Then when Pantagruel and Panurge came into the hall, all the scholars, bachelors, and benchers began to clap their hands, as their silly custom is. But Pantagruel shouted out in a voice as loud as the report of a double cannon, Peace, in the devil's name, peace. By God, you rogues, if you disturb me here with your noise, I'll cut off the heads of every one of you. These words struck them all as scared as ducks. They would not have dared to cough, not even if they had swallowed 15 pounds of feathers. And they were so afflicted with thirst by this voice alone, that their tongues hung half a foot out of their mouths. It was as if Pantagruel had salted their throats. Then Panurge began to speak, saying to the Englishman, Sir, you have come here contentiously to dispute on these propositions. You have set out, or merely to learn and know the truth concerning these matters? To this Thamas replied, Sir, no other cause brings me here but my desire to learn and know things that I have been uncertain about for the whole of my life. For I have never found a book or a man to offer me a satisfactory answer to the problems which I have put forward. As for disputing contentiously, I do not wish to do so. That is too base a practice. I leave it to those rascally sophists who never seek the truth in their disputations, but only contradiction and debate. Then, said Panurge, if I, who am a minor disciple of my master Pantagruel, content and satisfy you in all and every respect, it would be shameful, would it not, to worry my said master with this matter. It would be better, therefore, if he were to preside and to judge our speeches. He would also satisfy you, of course, should it seem to you that I fall short of your scholarly expectations. Indeed, said Thamas, that is a very good idea. Then begin. Now note that Panurge had tied on the end of his long codpiece a fine silken tuft of red, white, green, and blue, and inside he had hidden a beautiful orange. 19. How Panurge confounded the Englishmen, who argued by signs. Then, with everyone attending and listening in perfect silence, the Englishman raised his two hands separately high in the air, clenching all the tips of his fingers in the form that is known in the language of Chinon as the hen's arse, and struck the nails of one against the other 4 times. Then he opened them and struck the one with the flat of the other, making a sharp noise. Next, clenching them as before, he struck twice more, and after opening them, yet another 4 times. Then he joined them afresh and laid them one beside the other, as if offering up devout prayers to God. Suddenly Panurge lifted his right hand in the air and placed his thumb inside his right nostril, holding his forefingers stretched out and arranged in their natural order, parallel to the tip of his nose, shutting his left eye entirely and winking with the right, at the same time deeply depressing his eyebrows and lids. Then he raised his left hand, widely stretching and extending his forefingers and elevating the thumb, and held it in a line directly continuous with that of the right, the distance between the two being 2 1/4 feet. This done, he lowered both hands toward the ground in this same attitude, and finally held them halfway up, as if aimed straight at the Englishman's nose. And if Mercury, said the Englishman, upon which Panurge interrupted him by saying, Mask, you have spoken. Then the Englishman made this sign. He raised his left hand, wide open, high in the air, then closed the forefingers into his fist, and placed his extended thumb on the tip of his nose. Next, he suddenly lifted his right hand wide open and lowered it, still open, joining his thumb to the place close by the little finger of his left hand. After this, he waggled the 4 fingers of that hand slowly in the air. Then, in reverse, he did with the right what he had done with the left, and with the left what he had done with the right. Not at all astonished by this, Panurge raised his thrice mighty codpiece into the air with his left hand, and with his right drew from it a piece of white ox rib and 2 pieces of wood of the same shape, one of black ebony, the other of red Brazil wood, which he placed symmetrically between the fingers of that hand. These he struck together, making the sort of noise that the lepers of Brittany make with their clappers, but it sounded better and more harmonious. At the same time, with his tongue contracted in his mouth, he hummed joyously, all the while looking at the Englishman. By this sign the theologians, doctors, and surgeons imagined Panurge to infer that the Englishman was a leper. But the counselors, lawyers, and canon lawyers thought that in so doing he wished also to imply that some kind of human felicity lay in the leper's state, as our Lord once affirmed. The Englishman was not alarmed by this, and, raising both his hands aloft, held them in such a way as to close his 3 master fingers in his fist and poke his thumbs between his index and middle fingers. With his little fingers extended at full length, in this attitude he presented them towards Panurge, then put them together in such a way that the right thumb touched the left and the little finger touched the right. Whereupon Panurge silently raised his hands and made this sign. He put the nail of his left hand forefinger on that of the thumb, making, as it were, a ring in the space between them, and clenched all the fingers of his right hand into his fist except the forefinger, which he repeatedly thrust in and drew out of the space between the 2 others of his before-mentioned left hand. Then he stretched the 4 and middle fingers of his right, keeping them as far apart as possible, and pointing them at Thamoust. Next he put the thumb of his left hand to the corner of his left eye, extending his whole hand like the wing of a bird or the fins of a fish, and flapping it very daintily this way and that, afterward repeating the action with his right at the corner of his right eye. Thamoust began to tremble and grow pale, and made him this sign. With the middle finger of his right hand he stuck the muscle of the palm beneath the thumb, then put the forefinger of his right hand into a ring formed with his left only. Unlike Panurge, he put it in from below, not from above. Then Panurge struck one hand against the other and blew in his palm, after which he once more thrust the forefinger of his right hand into the ring made by his left, pushing it in and drawing it out several times. Then he stuck out his chin and looked intently at Thamoust, by which the spectators, who understood nothing of these signs, realized that he was silently asking Thamoust, "What do you mean by that?" Thamoust now began to sweat great drops and had all the appearance of a man wrapped in high contemplation. Then he got an idea, and put all the nails of his left hand against those of his right, opening his fingers in a semicircular fashion, and raised his hands as high as he could in this attitude. Upon this, Panurge suddenly put the thumb of his right hand beneath his jaw, and the forefinger of that hand in the ring of the left, and at this point made a most melodious noise with his teeth, gnashing his lower jaw against the upper. Thamoust got up in great alarm, but as he did so, let a great baker's fart, for the brand followed it, pissed very strong vinegar, and stank like all the devils, upon which the spectators began to hold their noses, since he was shitting himself with anguish. Then he raised his right hand, clenching it in such a fashion as to bring the ends of all his fingers together, and placed his left hand quite flat upon his chest. Upon this, Panurge drew out his long codpiece with its tuft, and extended it 2 feet and a quarter. Holding it aloft with his left hand, and with his right he took out his orange, and threw it 7 times into the air. The 8th time he covered it with his right fist, holding it quite calmly aloft. Then he began to shake his fine codpiece, displaying it before Thamoust. After this, Thamoust began to puff up both his cheeks like a bagpiper, and blew as if he were blowing up a pig's bladder. At this, Panurge put one finger of his right hand up his arsehole, and sucked in air with his mouth as a man does when eating oysters in the shell or supping broth. This done, he slightly opened his mouth and struck it with the flat of his right hand, making a great deep noise, which seemed to come from the surface of the diaphragm, by way of the trachean artery, and this he did 16 times. But the mouse kept on puffing like a goose. Then Panurge put the forefinger of his right hand into his mouth, sucking it very hard with his cheek muscles. Next he drew it out, and as he did so made a great noise, as when little boys fire turnip pellets out of guns made of elder wood. And this he did 9 times, whereat the mouse cried out, "Ha, gentlemen, the great secret! He has put his hand in up to the elbow." Then he drew out a dagger which he wore, holding it point downward. At that Panurge took his long codpiece and shook it as hard as he could against his thighs. Then he put both his hands clenched like a coxcomb on top of his head, sticking out his tongue as far as he could, and rolling his eyes in his head like a great dying nanny goat. "Ha, I understand," said the mouse, "but what?" And as he did so made this sign, he put the handle of his dagger against his chest, and placed the flat of his hand upon the point, slightly revolving the tips of his fingers. Upon this, Panurge bent his head towards the left and put his little finger in his right ear, pointing his thumb upward. Then he crossed both his arms on his chest, coughing 5 times, and on the 5th cough struck his right foot on the ground. He next raised his left arm, and closing all his fingers into his fist, held his thumb against his forehead, striking his right hand 6 times against his chest. But the mouse did not seem to be content with this. He put the thumb of his left hand to the tip of his nose, closing the rest of the same hand. Whereupon Panurge placed his 2 forefingers at each corner of his mouth, drawing it back as wide as he could and showing all his teeth. Then, with his thumbs, he drew down his eyelids very low, making rather an ugly grimace, or so it seemed to the spectators. 20. Thamas speaks of the virtues and knowledge of Panurge. Thereupon Thamas got up, and, lifting his cap from his head, thanked the said Panurge politely. Then, in a loud voice, he said to all the spectators, "Gentlemen, at this moment I may well pronounce the words of the gospel. Et ecce plus quam Solomon hic. Behold, a greater than Solomon is here. You have here in your presence an incomparable treasure. I mean my lord Pantagruel, whose renown has brought me here from the furthest corner of England, to confer with him on certain soluble problems of magic, alchemy, the Kabbalah, geomancy, and astrology, also of philosophy, all of which had been long in my mind. But now I protest that fame seems to have a grudge against him, for she does not report the 1,000th part of his talents. You have seen how his mere pupil has satisfied me, and told me even more than I asked of him. Furthermore, he has stated for me, and at the same time resolved, certain other knotty points of inestimable importance. And in so doing, he has, as I can assure you, opened to me the true encyclopedic well and abyss of learning. Yes, and by a manner of argument in which I did not expect to find a man who could attain even to the 1st degree. I refer, of course, to our disputations by signs, in which we did not speak so much as 1 word, or even half a word, but I will, in due course, commit to writing both our conversation and our conclusions, so that no one may think that these have been fooleries, and I will have it all printed so that everyone may learn from him as I have done. You will then have a good idea of what the master could have said when you read of the people's valiant performance. For non est discipulus super magistrum. The disciple is not above his master. The Lord be praised at all events, and I thank you most humbly for the honor you have done us on this occasion. God reward you for it eternally." Pantagruel offered a like tender of thanks to the whole company, and, as he left the hall, he took Thamas with him to dinner. Believe me, they drank with unbuttoned bellies, for at that time men button up their bellies as they do their collars at present, until they did not know whether they were coming or going. Blessed Mother, how they pulled at the goat's skin, how the flagons went round, and how they called for them. "Give it here, page, some wine. Reach it here, in the devil's name, reach it here." There was not one who did not drink 25 or 30 pipes, and you know how, sicut terra sine aqua, like a land without water, for the weather was warm, and what is more, they were thirsty. As for the significance of the proposition set out by Thamas, and the meaning of the signs which they used in argument, I would have expounded them to you, but I am told that Thamas has made a great book of them, printed in London, in which he explains everything without exception. Therefore I refrain for the present. 21. How Panurge fell in love with the great Parisian lady. Panurge began to gain a reputation in the city of Paris by this disputation, in which he beat the Englishman, and from that time he made great use of his codpiece, which he caused to be decorated with embroidery in the Romanesque style. The world was loud in his praise. Indeed, a song was made about him, which the children sing when gathering mustard, and he was welcome in all companies of ladies and gentlewomen. He finally became so presumptuous, in fact, that he set out to conquer one of the great ladies of the city. So, omitting the mass of long prologues and protestations habitually made by doleful and contemplative Lent lovers, who never tamper with the flesh, he said to her one day, "Madame, it would be most beneficial to the whole state, delightful for you, and an honor to your progeny, as it is a necessity to me, that you should be covered and breed from me. You must believe what I say, for experience will prove me right." At these words, the lady pushed him back more than 300 miles and said, "What right have you, you miserable idiot, to make such proposals to me? Whom do you think you are talking to? Go away and never come near me again. But for one small thing, I'd have your arms and legs cut off." "Well," he said, "it would be all the same for me to have my arms and legs cut off, provided you and I had a bout of fun together at the up-and-down game. For," showing his long codpiece, "here's Master John Thursday, who will play you a jig that you'll feel in the very marrow of your bones. He's a sprightly fellow, and he is so good at finding all the cracks and quirks and special spots in the carnal trap that after him there is no need of a broom." To which the lady replied, "Go away, you wretch, go away. If you say one more word, I'll call the people and have you beaten on the spot." "Ho," said he, "you're not as bad as you say, or I am very much deceived by your face. For soon shall the earth ascend into the heavens, the high heavens descend into the abyss, and the whole order of nature be perverted. Then there could be one drop of gall or malice in such beauty and grace as yours. It's a true saying that hardly ever does one see a woman fair who is not difficult as well. But that is said of mere common beauties. Your beauty is so transcendent, however, so singular and so celestial, that I believe nature has made you for her paragon, so that we may understand how much she can do if she chooses to employ her full powers and her entire wisdom. There is nothing in you that is not honey, that is not sugar, that is not heavenly manna. It is to you that Paris should have awarded the golden apple, not to Venus, oh dear no, nor to Juno, nor to Minerva, for there was never such magnificence in Juno, such wisdom in Minerva, or such grace in Venus as there is in you. O ye celestial gods and goddesses, how happy will be the man to whom you grant the favor of embracing this woman, of kissing her and rubbing his bacon with her. By God, I shall be that man, as well I see, for already she loves me entirely. I am sure of it. I was predestined for this by the fairies. Therefore, to spare time, let's to and fro, and at it." And he would have embraced her, had she not struggled to get to the window and call on the neighbors for help. At this Panurge departed hurriedly, saying to her as he ran out, "Wait for me here, madame. I'll go and fetch them for you. Don't trouble yourself." Next day he was at the church at the hour when she went to mass, and in the porch he offered her the holy water, making a deep bow before her. After this he knelt close beside her most familiarly and said, "Madame, I must tell you that I am so amorous of you that I can neither piss nor shit for love. I don't know what you think, but if some harm were to befall me, it would be a very dreadful thing." "Go away," she said. "Go away. That is no affair of mine. Leave me alone to say my prayers." "But," he said, "what does a Beaumont le Vicomte remind you of?" "I have no idea," she replied. "Of a Beaucamp le Vimont. But as for that, pray God to grant me what your noble heart desires, and be so kind as to give me those beads." "Take them," she said, "and don't bother me any more." As she spoke, she tried to take off her rosary, which was of lemon wood, with large gold beads at intervals of 10. But Panurge promptly drew out one of his knives, cut them neatly, and took them off to the pawn shop, saying to her as he went, "Would you like my knife?" "No, no," said she. "All the same," he replied, "it's very much at your service, body and goods, tripe and bowels." However, the lady was not very pleased about her beads, for they helped to keep her in countenance in church. "This fine babbler," she thought to herself, "is a giddy fool from some strange country. I shall never get my rosary back. What will my husband say to that? He will be cross with me, but I'll tell him that some thief cut it off me in church, which he will easily believe when he sees the end of the ribbon on my girdle." After dinner, Panurge went to see her, carrying in his sleeve a great purse full of tokens and counters, and he began by saying, Which of us two loves the other best, you me, or I you? To which she replied, For my part, I do not hate you, for as God commands us to, I love all the world. But to the point, he replied, Aren't you in love with me? I have already told you very many times, she answered, not to use such words to me. If you speak to me like that again, I'll show you that I'm not the woman to be addressed in this indecent way. Get out of here and give me back my rosary, in case my husband asks me for it. What, madame, said he, your rosary? I'll do no such thing, I swear, but I'll willingly give you a new one. Now which would you like, one of enameled gold in the shape of great round knobs, or of true love knots, or all solid like great ingots? Or would you prefer one of ebony, or of large jacinths, or of great cut garnets, with every 10th stone a fine turquoise, or a magnificent sapphire, or a spider ruby, and with the biggest beads of diamonds with 28 facets? But no, that's too poor. I know of a beautiful rosary of fine emeralds, with every 10th bead of rounded amber, and at the clasp a Persian pearl as big as an orange, and it costs no more than 25,000 ducats. I should like to make you a present of that. I have enough ready money. And as he spoke, he made his counters jingle, as if they were sun crowns. Would you like a piece of violet crimson velvet, dyed in the grain, or a piece of embroidered satin, or of crimson pearl, perhaps? Would you like chains, gold ornaments, headbands, rings? You've only to say yes. Up to 50,000 ducats, it is nothing to me. By virtue of these words, he made her mouth water. Nevertheless, she replied, I thank you, no. I want nothing to do with you. By God, said he, I certainly want something to do with you, though. But it is something that will cost you nothing, and you won't be the worse off for it. Look, said he, pointing to his long codpiece, here's Master John Owl who wants a nest. At this he tried to embrace her, but she began to shout, although not very loud, whereupon Panurge put off his disguise and said to her, So you won't let me do a little business, then? A turd for you. You have no title to such a favor, nor to such an honor, but by God I'll make the dogs ride you. And with this he ran away fast for fear of a beating, of which he was afraid by nature. 22. How Panurge played a trick on the Parisian lady, which was not at all to her advantage. Now you must know that the next day was the great feast of Corpus Christi, on which all women wear their best clothes, and for that occasion this lady was dressed in a very fine gown of crimson satin, and a very costly white velvet bodice. On the vigil of that day, Panurge hunted in all directions for a hot sheep-dog bitch, and when he had secured her with his belt, he took her to his room and fed her very well on that day and all the next night. In the morning he killed her, and removed that part which the Greek necromancers know. This he cut into the smallest possible pieces, which he took away well wrapped up. Then he went to the church where the lady must go to follow the procession, as is the custom on this festival, and when she came in, he gave her the holy water, bowing to her more courteously. A little while later, after she had said her prayer, he sat down beside her on the same bench, and gave her this rondel written out and running as follows. Just for this once, when I declared my mind, and you, most lovely dame, proved so unkind, and sent me packing hopeless of return, who never any wrong to you had done, in word or deed, in slander or in slight, since you disliked my suit, I think you might have said to me without wound or offence, My friend, be kind enough to go from hence. Just for this once. I wrong you not if I my thoughts reveal, saying how the beauty that your clothes conceal is like a spark that sets afire my heart. I only ask that you then, for your part, will be a settle and will let me ride, just for this once. As she was opening this paper to see what was in it, Panurge deftly sprinkled the drug that he was carrying onto various parts of her, chiefly on the pleats of her sleeves and her dress. Then he said to her, Madame, poor lovers are not always at peace. For myself, I hope that the sleepless nights, the evils and despites, which I suffer from the love of you, will earn me a deduction of so much pain in purgatory. But at least pray God to give me patience in my suffering. Panurge had no sooner spoken than all the dogs in the church ran up to the lady, attracted by the smell of the drug he had sprinkled on her. Small and great, big and little, all came, lifting their legs, smelling her, and pissing all over her. It was a most dreadful thing in the world. Panurge made a show of driving them off, then took leave of her and retired into a chapel to see the fun. for these beastly dogs pissed all over her clothes. A great greyhound wetting her on the head, others on her sleeves, others on her backside, and the little ones pissed on her shoes, so that all the women who were thereabouts had great difficulty in saving her. At this, Panurge burst out laughing, and said to some of the gentlemen of the city, I think that woman's in heat, or else she has recently been covered by a greyhound. And when he saw the dogs snarling around her, as they do round a hot bitch, he went off to fetch Pantagruel. Everywhere on the way, when he saw a dog, he gave it a kick and said, Aren't you going to join your mates at the wedding? Get on, devil take you. Get along with you now. Then, having got to their lodgings, he said to Pantagruel, Master, I beg of you, come and see all the dogs. Come and see all the dogs of this land flocking round a lady. She is the most beautiful lady in the town, and they want to roger her. Pantagruel very gladly accepted this invitation, and went to see the show, which he found very fine and original. But the best of it all was the procession, in which more than 600,014 dogs were seen all around her, bothering her greatly, and everywhere she passed fresh hosts of dogs, following her trail, pissing in the road where her gown had touched it. Everyone stopped to see the show, gazing with admiration at the dogs, who leapt as high as her neck and spilled all her fine clothes. For this she could find no other remedy but to retire into her mansion. So she ran to hide with the dogs after her, and all the chambermaids laughing. But when she was inside and the door closed behind her, all the dogs ran up from 2 miles around, and pissed so hard against the gate of the house that they made a stream with their urine big enough for the ducks to swim in. And it is this stream which now passes by Saint Victor, in which Madame Gobelin dyes her scarlet, thanks to the specific virtue of those piss-hounds. As our Master Dungpowder once proclaimed in a public sermon, so, God help you, a mill could have ground corn by it, but not so much as do the mills of Bazacle at Toulouse. 23. How Pantagruel left Paris on hearing that the Dipsodes were invading the country of the Amorats, and the reason why leagues are so short in France. A little later, Pantagruel heard news that his father had been translated into fairyland by Morgan, as were Ogier and Arthur of old. Also that, the rumor of his translation having spread, the Dipsodes had crossed their frontiers, devastated a great tract of Utopia, and were just then besieging the great city of Amorats. So he left Paris without taking leave of anyone, since the matter was urgent, and he made for Rouen. Now, as they were traveling, Pantagruel observed that leagues in France are extremely short, compared with those of any other country, and asked Panurge the cause and reason. Whereupon Panurge told him a story that Martus du Lac, a monk, relates in the Deeds of Kings of Canaria. The land was not measured of old, he tells us, by leagues, Roman miles, stades, and parasangs, until King Pharamond made those divisions, which he did in the following manner. He chose in Paris 100 fine gallant young fellows, and 100 pretty Picardy girls, and had them well entertained, and feasted for a week. Then he called them before him, gave each man his girl, and plenty of money for his expenses, and commanded each to go to a different place, in one direction or another, and at every spot where they turned their girls on their backs they were to set up a stone, and that should be a league. So the fellows set out joyfully, and as they were fresh and well rested, they took their pleasure at the end of every field, which is why leagues in France are so short. But when they had gone a long distance, and were then as weary as poor devils, with no more oil in their lamps, they did not play the ram so often, and were quite content. I am speaking of the men, with one poor wretched bout a day. And that is what makes the leagues in Brittany, the lands, Germany, and other more distant countries so long. Others give other reasons, but I think this one the best. To this Pantagruel gladly agreed. Leaving Rouen, they came to Honfleur, where Pantagruel, Panurge, Epistemon, Eusthenes, and Carpelin embarked. And as they were waiting there for a favorable wind, and caulking their ship, Pantagruel received from a Parisian lady, whom he had kept as his mistress for some time, a letter addressed in the following manner. To the best beloved of the fair, and the least faithful of the brave, P.N.T.G.R.L. 24. A letter brought to Pantagruel from a lady in Paris, and the explanation of a motto on a gold ring. When Pantagruel had read the address, he was greatly astonished, and he asked the messenger for the name of the lady who had sent it. Then he opened the envelope, and found no writing inside it, only a gold ring with a flat-cut diamond. So he called Panurge and explained matters to him. Whereupon Panurge said that the leaf of paper was written on, but in such a subtle way that no one could see the writing. Therefore, to bring it out, he put the letter before the fire to see if it was not written with sal ammoniac soaked in water. Then he put it in water to see if it was not written with tithymol juice. Then he held it up in front of a candle to see if it was not written with the juice of white onions. Then he rubbed a part of it with walnut oil to see if it was not written with figwood ash. Then he rubbed a part of it with the milk of a woman suckling her firstborn daughter to see if it was not written with bullfrog's blood. Then he rubbed a corner with the ashes of a swallow's nest to see if it was written in the dew that is found in the winter cherry. Then he rubbed another corner with earwax to see if it was written in raven's gall. Then he soaked in vinegar to see if it was written in castor oil. Then he anointed it with bat's grease to see if it was written in whale sperm, which is called ambergris. Then he put it quite gently into a basin of fresh water and drew it out quickly to see if it was written in feather alum. And seeing that he could discover nothing, he called the messenger and asked him, "Fellow, did not the lady who sent you here give you a stick to bring?" And he thought that she had used a subtle trick that Aulus Gellius records. But the messenger answered, "No, sir." Then Panurge wanted to have the man's head shaved to see if the lady had had the message she wanted to send written there. But seeing that his hair was very long, he desisted, and considering that it could not have grown to that length in so little time. Then he said to Pantagruel, "Master, by the wonders of God, I don't know what to say or do about this. To find out whether anything is written here, I have used a fair portion of the ideas of Messer Francesco di Nianto the Tuscan, who has written on the subject of reading invisible writing. I have also tried those of Zoroaster, Perigrammaton Acraton, on writing hard to make out on illegible writing, and of Calphurnius Bassus, Deleterius Illegibilibilis. But I could see nothing there, and I believe that there is nothing but the ring. Now let's look at that." And when they examined it, they found written inside it Hebrew, Lama Hazabathani. So they called Epistemon and asked him what it meant. And he replied that this was the Hebrew for, "Why hast thou forsaken me?" Then suddenly Panurge gave his reply. "I understand the case. Do you see this diamond? It's a false one. So this is the explanation of the lady's message. Say, false lover, why have you abandoned me?" Pantagruel understood this explanation at once, and remembered that, on departing, he had not bidden the lady farewell. This depressed him, and he would gladly have returned to Paris to make his peace with her. But Epistemon reminded him of Aeneas's conduct towards Dido, and of Heraclides of Tarentum's saying that when a ship is at anchor and the case is urgent, it is better to cut the cable than to waste time untying it. He advised his master, therefore, to put aside all other thoughts in order to assist the city of his birth, which was in danger. Indeed, an hour later the wind arose, which is called the north-northwest, to which they set their full sails and took to the open sea. And in a few days, passing Porto Santo and Madeira, they landed on the Canary Islands. Leaving there, they passed by Cape Blanco, Senegal, Cape Verde, Gambia, Sagres, Meli, and the Cape of Good Hope, and disembarked in the kingdom of Melinda. Setting out from that place with a northerly wind, and passing by Medan, Uti, Udem, Gelasim, and the Fairy Isle, and along the coast of the kingdom of Anchoria, they finally arrived at the port of Utopia, a little more than 9 miles away from the city of the Amorites. When they had refreshed themselves a little on land, Pantagruel said, "My lads, the city is not far from here, but before marching further, it would be as well to consider a plan, so that we may not be like the Athenians, who never took counsel till everything was over. Are you resolved to live and die with me?" "Yes, my lord," they all replied. "You may be as sure of us as of your own fingers." Then said he, "There is only one point on which my mind is in doubt and suspense. I do not know the disposition or numbers of the enemy that are besieging this town. If I knew that, I should go forward with the greatest confidence. Therefore let us consult together as to the means of finding out." Whereat they all said at once, "Let us go there and see. You may wait for us here. On this very day we will bring you reliable information." "I," said Panurge, "undertake to get into their camp through the midst of their guards and of their watch, to banquet with them, and lecture at their expense without being noticed by anyone, to inspect their artillery, to visit the tents of all their captains, and to lounge past their companies without ever being detected. The devil himself would never deceive me, for I am the lion of Zopyrus. I, said Epistemon, know all the tricks and exploits of the brave captains and champions of olden times, and all the ruses and devices of military science. I will go, and even if I am unmasked and discovered, I will escape, making them at the same time believe any story about you I please, for I am the Lion of Sinon. I, said Eusthenes, will get in across their trenches, despite the watch and all the guard, for I'll tread over their bellies and break their arms and legs, even if they are as strong as the devil, for I am the line of Hercules. I, said Carpalin, will get in if the birds can get in, for my frame is so nimble that I shall leap over their trenches and run right through their camp before they notice me. I fear neither shot, arrow, nor the swiftest horse, even from the Pegasus of Perseus or from Pacolet. I shall escape safe and sound. I'll undertake to walk upon the ears of corn or the grasses of the fields without their bending under me, for I am of the line of Camilla the Amazon. 25. How Pantagruel's companions, Panurge, Carpalin, Eusthenes, and Epistemon, most cunningly discomfited 660 knights. Just as he was saying this, they spied 660 knights, well mounted on light horses, coming up to see what ship it was that they had newly arrived in the harbor, and galloping all out to capture them if they could. Then said Pantagruel, My lads, retire into the ship, for here are some of our enemies riding up, but I'll knock them down for you on the spot like so many cattle, and I would do the same to 10 times so many, so retire and enjoy the spectacle. No, my lord, replied Panurge, it wouldn't be right for you to do this. On the contrary, you must retire into the ship, you and the rest, and I will discomfit from here, I alone. But we must not delay. Forward, my men. That's right, my lord, said the others. Please retire yourself, and we'll help Panurge here. You will see that we know our trade. I am quite content, answered Pantagruel, but should you prove the weaker party, I will not fail you. Then Panurge took 2 great cables from the ship, tied them to the capstan, which was on the deck, and threw them ashore. With them he made 2 large hoops, an outer one at some distance, and another inside it, upon which he said to Epistemon, Go aboard the ship, and when I signal you, turn the capstan on deck with all your might, drawing in these 2 ropes. Next he said to Eusthenes and Carpalin, Wait here, my lads, and submit yourselves freely to the enemy. Do what they command and pretend to surrender, but take care not to enter within the circle of these ropes. Keep always outside. He went immediately aboard, took a truss of straw and a barrel of gunpowder, spread them round the circle of the ropes, and kept close with a firebrand in his hand. Suddenly the knights rode up in great strength, the foremost charging right up to the ship, because the bank was slippery. They fell together with their horses, 44 of them in all, upon the sight of which the rest advanced, thinking that their comrades had met with resistance when they arrived. Panurge, however, said to the fallen men, Sirs, I think that you have hurt yourselves. Forgive us nevertheless. Yet it is not our fault, but the slipperiness of the sea water, which is always dangerous. We submit ourselves to your will. His 2 companions did the same, and so did Epistemon, who was on the deck. Panurge meanwhile went further off, and observing that while the enemy were all within the circle of the ropes, his 2 companions had got outside to make way for all those knights, who were crowding up to see the ship and its crew. He cried out to Epistemon, Haul in, haul in! Then Epistemon began to wind the capstan, and the 2 ropes got entangled among the horses' legs, throwing them down quite easily together with their riders. But at this the knights drew their swords, and would have cut the invaders down. But Panurge laid fire to the powder train, and set them burning like souls in hell. Not a horse or a man escaped, except one rider on a Turkish mount, who got away by flight. But when Carpalin noticed him, he ran after him with such speed and agility that he caught him in less than 100 yards, leapt on the crupper of his horse, grasped him from behind, and dragged him to the ship. With the enemy thus defeated, Pantagruel was in high spirits, and most extravagantly praised the resourcefulness of his companions. He had refreshment brought, and a feast spread for them on the shore with great jollity, and he made them drink too, with their bellies to the ground, and their prisoner as well. in all friendliness, except that the poor devil was not sure whether Pantagruel was not going to devour him whole, which he might have done, so wide was his throat, as easily as a grain of forage, and the poor fellow, once in his mouth, would not have amounted to more than a grain of millet in an ass's throat. 26. How Pantagruel and his companions were tired of eating salt meat, and how Carpalin went hunting after venison. As they were thus feasting, Carpalin explained, "By St. Quenet's belly, will we never taste venison? This salt meat gives me a desperate thirst. I will go and fetch you a thigh of one of those horses we set light to. It will be well enough roasted." Just as he was getting up to do this, he noticed a fine great roebuck on the edge of the wood, which had come out of the thicket on seeing Panurge's fire, as I suppose. Carpalin immediately ran after him with such speed that he seemed like a great bolt shot from a crossbow. He caught him in a moment, and, as he ran, plucked down with his hands out of the air 4 great bustards, 7 bitterns, 26 grey partridges, 32 red ones, 16 pheasants, 9 woodcocks, 19 herons, 32 wood pigeons, and with his feet he killed 10 or 12 leverets and rabbits, which were already past their pagehood, also. 18 rails, running in couples, 15 young boars, 2 badgers, 3 large foxes. So striking the buck with his sword over the head, he killed it, and as he brought it back, he picked up his leverets, rails, and young boars. Then from as far off as his voice could be heard, he called out, "Panurge, my friend, some vinegar, some vinegar!" Whereupon the good Pantagruel thought that he was fainting, and ordered that vinegar should be brought to him. But Panurge saw quite well that there was leveret in the bag. Indeed, he pointed out to the noble Pantagruel that Carpalin was carrying a fine roebuck on his shoulders, and that his whole belt was studded with leverets. Immediately Epistemon made 9 fine wooden spits in the ancient fashion, and in the names of the 9 muses. Eusines helped in the skinning, and Panurge placed 2 of the knight saddles in such a position that they served for anderons. So they made their prisoner their turnspit, and at the fire in which the knights were burning they set their venison to roast. Afterward they made good cheer with plenty of vinegar. The devil take any man who held back. It was glorious to see them stuff themselves. Then said Pantagruel, "I wish to God you had each a pair of hawk's bells on your chins, and that I had the great chimes of Rennes, Poitiers, Tours, and Cambrai on mine. What a peal we would make with the mumbling of our lips. But," said Panurge, "it would be better if we were to give some thought to our business, and to how we are to overcome our enemy." "That's good advice," said Pantagruel, and turning to their prisoner, he asked, "Now tell us the truth, my friend, and don't utter a single lie, unless you want to be flayed alive, for I am the man who eats little children. Relate to us in full the disposition, number, and strength of their army." "My lord," replied the prisoner, "I'll tell you the truth. In the army there are 300 giants, all armed with freestone, amazingly big, yet not quite as big as you, except one, who is their chief and is called Werewolf. He wears the complete armor of Cyclopean anvils. There are also 63,000 foot, all in hobgoblin skin armor, strong and courageous men, 11,400 men at arms, 3,600 double cannons, and siege artillery without number, 94,000 pioneers, 150,000 horrors as fair as goddesses. They are for me," exclaimed Panurge, "of whom some are Amazons, others are from Lyon, others from Paris, from Touraine, Anjou, Poitou, Normandy, and Germany. There are some, in fact, from all lands and of all languages." "Indeed," said Pantagruel, "but is the king there?" "Yes, sire," replied the prisoner. "He is there in person, and we call him Anarch, king of the Dipsodes, which is as much as to say the thirsty ones. You never saw people so thirsty, or who drink better, with a better will. His tent is guarded by the giants." "That's enough," said Pantagruel. "Up, my lads, are you resolved to go there with me?" To which Panurge replied, "God damn any man who deserts you. I've been thinking of a way of laying them out for you as dead as pigs, so that not so much as a leg of one escapes. But I am rather bothered about one point." "And what is that?" asked Pantagruel. "It's how I can manage to roger all those horrors there this afternoon, so that there remain not one that I, in common form, don't drum." "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Pantagruel. "By the devil in person," exclaimed Carpalin. "But I'll stuff some of them too, I swear." And I too, said Eusthenes. I've never had a stand since we left Rouen, at least not so much of one that my needle went up to 10 or 11 o'clock. So now it's as hard and strong as 1,000 devils. Indeed, you shall have some of the fattest and those in best condition, said Panurge. What? Cried Epistemon. Is all the world to ride, and I to lead the ass? Devil take the man who does that. We'll observe the right of war. Qui protest capere capiat. Let him take who he can. No, no, said Panurge. You tie your ass to a stump and ride like the rest. And the good Pantagruel laughed at all this, and said, after a moment, You're reckoning without your host. I'm very much afraid that before night falls I may see you in such a state that you'll have no great desire to stand up. You're more likely to be battered down with great blows of the pike and lance. Basta, said Epistemon. I'll hand them over to you, to be roasted or boiled, to be fricasseed or put into pasties. They are not so great in number as the army that Xerxes led, for he had 300,000 fighting men, if you believe Herodotus and Pompeius Trogus. But Themistocles, with a few soldiers, overthrew them all the same. Don't worry about them, I implore you. A turd for them, a turd, exclaimed Panurge. My codpiece alone will sweep all the men down, and Saint Shake-Hole that lies inside will brush out all the women. Up then, my lads, said Pantagruel. Let's set out on our march. 27. How Pantagruel set up a trophy in memory of their prowess, and Panurge another in memory of the Leverets, and how Pantagruel with his farts begot little men, and with his poops little women, and how Panurge broke his great staff over 2 glasses. Before we depart, said Pantagruel, I should like to erect in this place a handsome trophy to commemorate the prowess that you have just displayed. Then, altogether with great joy and singing country snatches, they set up a huge trunk, and hung upon it a knight's saddle, a horse's headstall, harness bosses, stirrup leather, spurs, a coat of chainmail, a tempered steel corselet, a battle-axe, a knight's sword, a gauntlet, a mace, gussets, greaves, and a gorget, with all the other requisite decorations of a triumphal arch or victory or trophy. Then, as an eternal memorial, Pantagruel wrote the following victor's legend. Here was displayed the valor bright of 4 knights worthy men of brawn, who, with no armor but their wit, like Fabius and the Scipios twain, 660 lice did burn, like chaff after hefty rogues and coarse. By this learn king, duke, rook, and pawn, that trickery's worth more than force, for victory, says history, doth only lie with that domain in which doth reign the Lord on high. So not to strong or great is given, but those he loves, so we believe, those who place faith and hope in heaven, fame, gain, and glory do receive. While Pantagruel was writing these verses, Panurge fixed upon a great stake of horns of the roebuck and its skin and right forefoot, then the ears of 3 leverets, the chine of a rabbit, the chaps of a hare, the wings of 2 bitterns, the claws of 4 wood pigeons, a vinegar cruet, a horn in which they had put the salt, their wooden spit, a larding spit, a crazy kettle full of holes, a bowl in which they had made the sauce, an earthen salt cellar, and a bouvet goblet. And in imitation of Pantagruel's verses and trophy he wrote the following. 'Twas here that squatted in delight 4 merry boozers on the lawn, feasting and pledging Bacchus might. Drinking their fill at carp at dawn, here Master Leveret came to mourn the loss of chaps and chine perforce. With vinegar and salt chased down, scorpions they carried in their stores. The inventory defensory against the heat is drinking just, the best which must be swallowed neat. To vinegar must thought be given, since hair without it makes you grieve, for vinegar's its soul and leaven, a lack that nothing can retrieve. Then said Pantagruel, Come, my lads, we have brooded here too long on our victuals. It is no easy thing, as we know, for great feasters to perform great deeds of arms. But there is no shade like that of banners, there is no smoke like that of horses, nor clattering like that of armor. At this Epistemon began to smile, and said, There is no shade like that of kitchens, no smoke like pie smoke, and no clattering like that of cups. To which Panurge answered, There is no shade like that of curtains, no smoke like steaming breasts, and no clattering like the sound of bullocks. Then, getting up, he gave a fart, a leap, and a whistle, and joyously cried aloud, Long live Pantagruel! At this sight, Pantagruel tried to do the same, but with the fart he blew the earth, trembled for 27 miles around, and with the fetid air of it he engendered more than 53,000 little men, misshapen dwarves, and with a poop which he made, he engendered as many little bowed women, such as you see in various places, and who never grow, except downward like cows' tails, or in circumference like limousine turnips. What now, exclaimed Panurge, are your farts so fruitful? By God, here are fine clumpish men, fine stinking women. Only let them be married together, and they'll breed horseflies. So Pantagruel did, and called them pygmies. He sent them to live on an island close by, where they have since multiplied mightily, but the cranes make continual war on them, and they put up a courageous defence. For these little stumps of men, whom in Scotland they call dandyprats, most readily lose their tempers, the physical reason for which is that they keep their bowels close to their hearts. At the same time Panurge took 2 glasses that were there, both of a size, and filled them with as much water as they would hold. He put one of them on one stool and the other on another, placing them 5 feet apart. Then he took the shaft of a spear 5.5 feet long, and placed it on top of the 2 glasses, so that the 2 ends of the staff just touched the edges. This done, he took a great stake, and said to Pantagruel and the others, Gentlemen, I will show you how easily we shall gain the victory over our enemies. For just as I shall snap his shaft here on top of the glasses without in any way breaking or cracking them, and what is more, without spilling a single drop of the water in them, even so shall we break the heads of our dipsods, without one of us being wounded and without any loss of our possessions. But in case you think there is any magic in this, said he, turning to Eusthenes, take this stake and strike the spear with all your strength in the middle. This Eusthenes did, and the shaft broke quite cleanly in 2, without a drop of water spilling from the glasses. Then said Panurge, I know plenty of other tricks like that, but come, let us march confidently forward. 28. How Pantagruel won a very strange victory over the dipsodes and the giants. After all this talk, Pantagruel called their prisoner and sent him away, saying, Go off to your king in his camp, and take him news of what you have seen. Tell him to make up his mind to give me a feast tomorrow, at about noon, for as soon as my galleys have arrived, which will be tomorrow at the latest, I will prove to him, with 1,800,000 fighting men, and 7,000 giants, all greater than I who stand before you, that he has acted both foolishly and unreasonably, in thus invading my country. This was a trick of Pantagruel's, to pretend that he had an army on the sea. But the prisoner replied that he gave himself up to Pantagruel as a slave, and that he was satisfied never to return to his people, but instead to fight for Pantagruel against them. Indeed, he begged him in God's name to grant him this favor. Pantagruel, however, would not consent, but commanded him to depart speedily and go as he had been ordered. And he gave him a box full of euphorbium and spurged laurel grain, steeped in brandy, made up into pastilles. This he commanded the prisoner to carry to his king, and to say that if he could eat an ounce of it without drinking, he need not be afraid to put up a resistance. Then the prisoner begged him with clasped hands to take pity on him on the day of battle, upon which Pantagruel said to him, After you have reported everything to your king, place all your hope in God, and he will not abandon you. For my part, though I am mighty, as you can see, and have countless men-at-arms, nevertheless I put no trust in my own strength or my endeavors. All my confidence is in God, my protector, who never abandons those who have placed their hope and reliance in him. After this, the prisoner requested him to be moderate in the matter of his ransom, to which Pantagruel replied that his purpose was not to plunder men or hold them to ransom, but to enrich them and set them at complete liberty. Depart, said he, in the peace of the living God, and never keep bad company, or you may meet with trouble. When the prisoner had gone, Pantagruel said to his men, My lads, I have given this prisoner to understand that we have an army on the sea, and, at the same time, that we shall not attack them until tomorrow at about midday. My intention was to make them expect a great landing of men, so that they should be busy tonight, setting things in order and building up their defenses. My plan is, however, for us to attack them about the hour of their first sleep. Let us leave Pantagruel here with his apostles, and speak of King Anarch and his army. When the prisoner had arrived, he went straight to the king, and told him how a great giant had come, named Pantagruel, who had discomfited all the 659 knights, and caused them to be cruelly roasted, and how he was the only man to escape and bring the news. Further, that he had been charged by the said giant to tell him to have dinner prepared for him next day at noon, for he intended to attack at that hour. Then he gave the king a box containing the pastilles. But as soon as King Anarch had swallowed down one spoonful, he was seized with such a burning in his throat, and with such an ulceration of the uvula, that his tongue peeled, and try what remedies they would, he found no relief except in continuous drinking. For the moment he took the wine-glass from his lips, his tongue was on fire, before they did nothing but pour wine down his throat with a funnel. When they saw this, his captains, pashas, and bodyguards tasted these drugs to see if they were in fact so thirst-making, and they were taken in the same way as their king. Indeed, they all lifted the flagon to such effect that the rumor went right through the camp that the prisoner had returned, that they were to be attacked next day, and that the king and his captains, together with the bodyguard, were already preparing for that event, and this by drinking full draughts. As a consequence, each man in the army began to tipple, to ply the pot and spill it down. In fact, they drank so much that they fell asleep like hogs in disorderly fashion, all about the camp. Now let us return to the good Pantagruel and tell what part he played in this business. Setting out from the sight of the trophy, he took the mast of their ship in his hand, like a pilgrim's staff, and put into the mast hatch 237 puncheons of white Anjou wine, out of the stock which he had brought from Rouen. He then tied the ship to his belt, filled it up with salt, and carried it there as easily as German mercenaries women carry their little loot baskets. So he went on his way with his comrades. But when he was near the enemy's camp, Panurge said to him, "My lord, do you want to do the sensible thing? Then get this white wine of Anjou out of the mast hatch, and let us drink it here, Breton fashion." This Pantagruel willingly condescended to do, and they drank so clean that there was not a drop of the 237 puncheons left, except one leather bottle of Tours manufacture, which Panurge filled for himself, for he called it his vade mecum, also some miserable dregs for their vinegar. When they had thoroughly pulled at the goat skin, Panurge gave Pantagruel some devilish drug to eat, composed of lithontropon, nephrocatharticon, quince jellied with cantharides, and other kinds of diuretics. Upon which Pantagruel said to Carpalin, "Get into the city by scrambling over the wall like a rat, as you well know how to. Tell them to charge out at once and set about the enemy as briskly as they can. Then, when you have done that, come down carrying a lighted torch, and with it set fire to all the tents and pavilions in their quarters. After that, shout as loudly as you can in your mightiest voice, and clear out of the camp." "Yes," said Carpalin. "But wouldn't it be a good thing if I were to spike all their artillery?" "No, no," said Pantagruel. "Just set fire to their powder." In obedience to this, Carpalin immediately set out and did as Pantagruel had instructed him. So all the combatants who were there rushed out of the town. And when he had set fire to the tents and pavilions, Carpalin passed lightly through the enemy without their noticing anything. So deeply were they sleeping and snoring. So he came to the place where their artillery was, and set fire to their munitions. But this was the dangerous stroke, for the fire was so quick that it almost seized on poor Carpalin, and had it not been for this marvelous speed, he would have been fried like a pig. But he rushed out so quickly that a bolt from a crossbow could not fly faster. When he was over the trenches, he gave such a terrifying shout that it sounded as if all the devils were loose. At this sound, the enemy woke up, but in what state you can guess. As dazed as monks at the first peal of matins, which in the district of Luçon is called Rubelock. Meanwhile, Pantagruel began to scatter the salt, which he had in the ship, and because they were sleeping with their mouths gaping open, he filled their whole gullets with it, so that the poor wretches coughed like foxes, crying, "Ha, Pantagruel, Pantagruel, you're adding heat to the firebrand that's in us." Suddenly, because of the drugs that Panurge had given him, Pantagruel felt a desire to piss, and he pissed over the camp so well and copiously that he drowned them all, and there was a special flood for 30 miles round. In fact, history assures us that if his father's great mare had been there and had pissed likewise, there would have been a vaster flood than Ducadians, for she never pissed once that she did not make a river greater than the Rhone or the Danube. Seeing this, those who had come out of the city said, "They have all been cruelly slaughtered. Look at the stream of blood." for they mistakenly imagined that Pantagruel's urine was the blood of their enemies, since they only saw it by the glow of the burning pavilions and a slight glimmer from the moon. When the enemy had awoken, seeing on one side the fire in their camp, on the other the inundation and deluge of urine, they did not know what to say or think. Some said that it was the end of the world and the last judgment, when everything will be consummated by fire. Others said that the gods of the sea, Neptune, Proteus, the Tritons, and others, were attacking them, and that in fact it was salt and sea water. Oh, who will now have skill to relate how Pantagruel bore himself against the 300 giants? O my muse, my Calliope, my Thalia, inspire me at this hour. Restore to me my spirits. For here is that bridge where asses stumble. Where is the pitfall? Here the supreme difficulty. How shall I have power to describe the dreadful battle which then took place? Would to God I had a bottle of the best wine ever drunk by those who shall read this most authentic history. 29. How Pantagruel defeated the 300 giants armored with freestone and werewolf, their captain. Seeing that their whole camp was drowned, the giants carried their king Anarch off on their shoulders as best they could, out of the fort, as Aeneas did his father, Anchises, from the murdering Troy. At the sight of them, Panurge said to Pantagruel, My lord, look at the giants coming out there. Lay into them with your mass gallantly, in the old fencing fashion, for this is the moment to show yourself a valiant man, and we on our side won't fail you. Bold's the world, and I'll kill plenty of them for you. Why not? David killed Goliath easily enough. Then this great lecher Eusthenes, who is as strong as 4 oxen, won't spare himself. Take courage, strike out right and left, point and edge. Courage, exclaimed Pantagruel. Well, I've more than 50 francs worth of that, but come now, Hercules never dared to take on 2 at a time. That's a fine turd to drop under my nose, said Panurge. Do you compare yourself to Hercules? By God, you have more strength in your teeth and more sense in your bum than ever Hercules had in his whole body and soul. A man's worth as much as he thinks he is. As they were holding this conversation, up came Werewolf with all his giants, and seeing Pantagruel quite alone, he was seized with such temerity and presumption as to hope to kill the poor good man. So he said to his fellow giants, By Mahoon, if any of you lecherous peasants attempt to fight against these, I will put you to a cruel death. I wish to be left to fight them alone. You shall have the amusement in the meantime of watching us. Thereupon all the giants retired with their king a little way off where the flagons were, and with them Panurge and his companions, the former of whom, imitating a man who has had the pox, twisted his gullet, contorted his fingers, and said to them in a hoarse voice, I swear to God, my friends, it's not we who make war. Give us something to eat with you while our masters fight. The king and the giants readily agreed, inviting them to share their feast, during which Panurge told them the fabulous story of Turpin, the miracles of St. Nicholas, and the tale of Stork. Werewolf then faced up to Pantagruel with a club of solid steel weighing 970 tons, 100 weight. It was of chalybine steel, and at the tip were 13 diamond studs, the smallest of which was as big as the largest bell in Notre Dame in Paris, or smaller perhaps by the thickness of a nail, or at most, to be quite truthful, by the blunt edge of one of those knives that they call ear-cutters, but not a bit more than that either at front or back, and it was so enchanted that it would never break. On the contrary, everything that he touched with it shattered immediately. So therefore, as he most arrogantly approached, Pantagruel turned his eyes to heaven, recommending himself most heartily to God, and making a vow as follows. O Lord God, thou hast been my protector and my Savior. Thou hast ceased the distress in which I now am. Nothing has led me here but that natural zeal which thou hast conferred upon men, that they may keep and defend themselves, their wives and children, their country and family, in cases not involving thine own proper cause, which is the faith. For in such matters thou wishest for no ally but the Catholic confession and the keeping of thy word, and hast forbidden us all arms and defenses, for thou art the Almighty, who in thine own affairs, and where thine own cause is called into question, can defend thyself a great deal better than man can conceive. Thou who hast thousands and thousands of hundreds of millions of legions of angels, the least of whom can slay all mankind, and turn the heavens and earth upside down at his pleasure, as was clearly proved of old upon the army of Sennacherib. But if it should please thee at this hour to come to my aid, since in thee alone is my whole trust and hope, I vow unto thee that in every land where I may have power and authority, in this country of Utopia as elsewhere, I will cause the holy gospel to be preached purely, simply, and in its entirety, so that the abuses of that rabble of popelings and false prophets, who have by human imaginations and depraved inventions poisoned the whole world, shall be exterminated from about me. Then a voice was heard from heaven, saying, Hoc fac et vinces, that is to say, do this and you shall win. Thereupon Pantagruel, seeing Werewolf advancing with open mouth, went boldly against him, shouting at the top of his voice, Die, villain, you shall die! His intention being to frighten him with this horrible cry, according to the practice of the Lacedaemonians. Then from the ship which he carried on his belt he threw at him 18 cakes and 1 bushel of salt, with which he filled his mouth and throat, his nose and eyes. Thus provoked, Werewolf aimed a blow at him with his club, meaning to dash in his brains. But Pantagruel was nimble, and had always a quick foot and a keen eye. So he took 1 step backward with his left foot, but he could not prevent the blow from falling on the ship, which broke into 4,086 pieces, and spilled the rest of the salt on the ground. In view of this, Pantagruel gallantly put forth his strength, and following the science of battle-axe play, dealt him a great thrust with the big end of his mast, above the breast. Then, whipping his weapon to the left, he hit him between the neck and the shoulders. After this, putting out his right foot, he gave him a stab in the bollocks with the upper end of his mast, of which he smashed the top, spilling the 3 or 4 puncheons of wine that remained, whereupon Werewolf thought that he had pierced his bladder, and that the wine was his urine gushing out. Not content with this, Pantagruel intended to redouble the blow as he disengaged, but raising his club, Werewolf advanced against him, and prepared to bring it down on Pantagruel with all his might. Indeed, he attacked so violently that if God had not come to the good Pantagruel's aid, he would have been cut open from the top of his head to the base of his spleen. But thanks to Pantagruel's speed and agility, the blow glanced off to the right, and the club went more than 73 feet into the ground, cutting through a huge rock, from which it struck more than 9,006 barrel loads of flame. Seeing Werewolf engaged in pulling out his same club, which was stuck in the ground, deep in the cleft of the rock, Pantagruel ran at him, intending to strike his head right off, but by ill luck his mask brushed against the handle of Werewolf's club, which was, as we have already said, enchanted, and as a result the mask broke off 3 fingers' breadth from the shaft. At this Pantagruel was struck with utter amazement and shouted, Ho, Panurge, where are you? On hearing his cry, Panurge said to the king and the giants, By God, they'll hurt one another if someone doesn't part them. But the giants were as happy as if they were at a wedding. Then Carpalum tried to get up and help his master, but one of the giants exclaimed, By Gobbler, the nephew of Mahoon, if you stir from here, I'll shove you up the bottom of my breeches, like a suppository, for I'm very constipated in the guts and can scarcely do a crack without grinding my teeth. Then Pantagruel, thus bereft of his staff, retrieved the end of his mast, and struck right and left at the giant, but he did him no more harm than you would by flipping your thumb on a blacksmith's anvil. All this time Werewolf was pulling his club out of the ground. Indeed, he had already got it out and was preparing to strike Pantagruel with it. But Pantagruel, who was quick in his movements, avoided all his blows, until the moment when, seeing Werewolf threatening him and crying, Villain, I will now chop you into mincemeat. Never again shall you give poor Ben a thirst. He kicked him so hard in the belly that he pitched him backward with his legs in the air and dragged him like this, if you please, flaying his bum, for more than an arrow's flight. Then, spitting blood from his mouth, Werewolf cried, Mahoon, Mahoon, Mahoon! At this cry all the giants rose up to help him, but Panurge said to them, Sirs, don't venture in, for, believe me, our master's mad. He's striking out at random and not looking where his blows fall. He will do you a mischief. But the giants took no notice of him, seeing that Pantagruel was without his staff. When Pantagruel saw them approaching, he took Werewolf by both his feet, and raised his body aloft in the air like a pike. Then, it being armored with anvils, he struck out with it at those giants, who were armored with freestone. and knocked them down as a mason does stone chips, so that not one of them stood up to him that he did not fling to the ground. Moreover, with the smashing of their stony armor, he made such a horrible clatter, that I was reminded of the time when the great butter tower, which once crowned St. Stephen's at Bourges, melted in the sun. Panurge with Carpalin and Eusthenes, in the meanwhile, cut the throats of all those that were knocked to the ground. You may be perfectly sure that not one escaped. To look at Pantagruel, he seemed like a mower with his scythe, which was Werewolf, cutting down the grass of a meadow, that is the giant's. But in this fencing bout Werewolf lost his head. This was at the point when Pantagruel felled one whose name was Pudding Thief, and who was armed cap a pie with gritstone, a splinter of which cut right through Epistemon's neck. The greater part of the others were lightly armored, some with tufa and others with slate. Finally, when he saw that they were all dead, Pantagruel threw Werewolf's body as hard as he could into the city, and it fell like a frog on its belly in the main square of the said city, killing in its fall a singed tomcat, a wet she-cat, a small bustard, and a bridled goose. 30. How Epistemon, who had his head chopped off, was skillfully healed by Panurge, and some news from the devils and the damned. This gigantic discomfiture achieved, Pantagruel retired to the place of the flagons and called for Panurge and the rest, who all came to him safe and sound, except Eusthenes, whom one of the giants had slightly scratched in the face while he was cutting off his head, and Epistemon, who did not appear at all. Pantagruel was so grieved by this that he longed to kill himself. But Panurge said to him, "Courage, sir, wait a moment, and we'll look for him among the dead. Then we'll see the truth of the matter." So as they were searching, they found him stone dead, and his head between his arms, all bloody. Then Eusthenes cried out, "O wicked death, you have bereft us of the most perfect of men!" At which cry Pantagruel arose with the greatest lamentation that ever was in the world, and said to Panurge, "Ho, my friend, the augury of your 2 glasses and the spear shaft was only too deceptive." But Panurge answered, "Don't weep, my lads, not so much as a single tear. He is still quite warm. I'll heal him for you, and he'll be as sound as ever he was." Saying this, he took the head and held it over his codpiece, all warm, so that the air should not get to it. Meanwhile, Eusthenes and Carpalin carried the body to the place where they had feasted, not in the hope that he would ever be restored, but so that Pantagruel might see him. Panurge comforted them, nevertheless, saying, "If I don't heal him, I'm willing to lose my head, which is a fool's wager. Now stop these tears and help me." Then he thoroughly cleansed the neck with pure white wine, and afterwards the head, and dusted them with dry dung powder, which he always carried in one of his pockets. Next he greased both with I know not what ointment, and fitted them exactly vein to vein, nerve to nerve, vertebra to vertebra, so that Epistemon should not be wry-necked, for such people he mortally hated. This done, he made 15 or 16 stitches with the needle all round, so that the head should not fall off again. Then he anointed it with a little of an ointment that he called resuscitative. Suddenly Epistemon began to breathe, then to open his eyes, then to yawn, then to sneeze, and then he blew a great household fart, upon which Panurge said, "Now he is certainly healed," and gave him a glass of strong, rough, white wine to drink, together with some sugared toast steeped in wine. In this manner Epistemon was skillfully healed, except that he was hoarse for more than 3 weeks and had a dry cough, which he could only get rid of by constant drinking. And now he began to speak, saying that he had seen the devils and held intimate conversation with Lucifer, and feasted both in heaven, in hell, and the Elysian fields. He swore to all that the devils were good fellows, and as for the damned, he said that he was quite sorry that Panurge had called him back to life so promptly. "For," said he, "I was taking a singular pleasure in seeing them." "What?" exclaimed Pantagruel. "They don't treat them as badly as you'd think," said Epistemon, "but their way of life is most strangely altered, for I saw Alexander the Great darning breeches for a miserable livelihood. Xerxes was hawking mustard, Romulus sold taxed salt, Numa sold nails, Tarquin was a miser, Piso a peasant, Sulla a ferryman, Cyrus was a cowherd, Themistocles a glazier, Epaminondas a mirror maker, Brutus and Cassius land surveyors, Demosthenes a vine dresser, Cicero a blacksmith's bellowsman, Fabius a threader of rosaries, Artaxerxes a rope maker, Aeneas a miller, Achilles had a ringworm, Agamemnon licked the dishes. Ulysses was a mower. Nestor a snatch thief. Darius a cleaner of outhouses. Ancus Martius a caulker of ships. Camillus a shoemaker. Marcellus a bean sheller. Drusus a braggart. Scipio Africanus hawked lye in a clog. Hasdrubal was a lantern maker. Hannibal a poulterer. Priam sold old rags. Lancelot of the Lake was a flayer of dead horses. All the knights of the Round Table were poor starvelings who tugged an oar on the rivers Cocytus, Phlegethon, Styx, Acheron, and Lethe. Whenever my lords the devils wanted to sport on the water, being just like Leon boatmen or the gondoliers at Venice, but for the time they crossed, they were only paid a flick of the nose and a bit of moldy bread in the evening. Trajan was a fisher of frogs, Antoninus a lackey, Commodus made trinkets of jet, Pertinax was a walnut peeler, Lucullus a turnspit, Justinian a toy maker, Hector was a sauce taster, Paris was a poor ragged fellow, Achilles a hay trusser, Cambyses a muleteer, Artaxerxes a pot scraper, Nero was a fiddler, and Firebross a serving man, but he played his master 1,000 tricks, made him eat brown bread and drink sour wine, but himself ate and drank of the best. Julius Caesar and Pompey were ship caulkers. Valentine and Orson stoked the stoves of hell and were mass snatchers. Gawain and Gawain were poor swineherds. Geoffrey of the Long Tooth was a match seller. Godfrey of Bouillon a masker. Jason was a beadle. Don Pedro of Castile a hawker of indulgences. Morgan a brewer of beer. Juan of Bordeaux was a cooper. Pyrrhus a kitchen scullion. Antiochus was a chimney sweep. Romulus was a patcher of old shoes. Octavian a parchment scraper. Nerva a scullion. Pope Julius a crier of little pies, but he had left off wearing his great buggerly beard. John of Paris was a greaser of boots. Arthur Brittany a cap cleaner. Pierce Forrest a faggot porter. Pope Boniface VIII was a skimmer of pots. Pope Nicholas III was a paper maker. Pope Alexander was a rat catcher. Pope Sixtus was an anointer of pox sores. What? Exclaimed Pantagruel. Are there people with pox down there? Certainly, said Epistemon. I never saw so many. There are more than 100 million of them. For believe me, everyone who hasn't had the pox in this world gets it in the next. God almighty, cried Panurge. Then I'm quit of it. For I've been as far as the whole of Gibraltar, and stopped the pillars of Hercules, and brought down some of the ripest fruit. Ogier the Dane was a furbisher of armor. King Tigranes was a tiller. Galen restored a mole catcher. The 4 sons of Aemon tooth extractors. Pope Calixtus was a cunt shaver. Pope Urban a bacon chewer. Melusine was a scullery maid. Metabrune a washerwoman. Cleopatra an onion hawker. Helen a placer of chambermaids. Semiramis a delasser of beggars. Dido smelled mushrooms. Lucretia was a nurse. Hortensia a yarn spinner. Livia a scraper of verdigris. Thus did those who had been great lords in this world here gain their poor, miserable, scurvy livelihood down there. On the other hand, the philosophers and those who had been penurious in this world had their turn at being great lords down below. I saw Diogenes pompously strutting around in a magnificent purple robe, with a scepter in his hand, and he would drive Alexander the Great into a rage when the latter had done a poor job darning his breeches by paying him with a beating. I saw Epictetus, gaily dressed in the French fashion, in a beautiful arbor, frolicking, drinking, dancing, and making all sorts of good cheer, with a number of maidens, and beside him was a pile of gold crown pieces. Above the trellis these words were written, as his motto: to drink and dance, to sport and play, and drink wine, red and white, with nothing more to do each day, and crowns to count each night. When he saw me, he courteously invited me to drink with him, which I gladly did, and we tossed it down like theologians. Meanwhile, Cyrus came up to beg a farthing of him, for Mercury's sake, to buy a few onions for his supper. No, no, said Epictetus. I don't give farthings. Here, you rogue, here's a crown for you, and behave yourself. Cyrus was very pleased to have struck such booty, but the other rascally kings down there, Alexander, for instance, and Darius and others, robbed him that night. I saw Patalin, Rhadamanthus's treasurer, bargaining for the little pies that Pope Julius was hawking. How much a dozen? He asked him. 3 pence, said the Pope. No, said Patalin. 3 blows of the cudgel. Give them here, you rogue, give them here, and go and fetch some more. And the poor Pope went off weeping, and when he came to his master, the pieman, he told him that he had been robbed of his pies. Then the pieman whipped him with an eel skin so soundly that his skin would have been worth nothing to make bagpipes with. I saw Master Jean Lemaire impersonating the Pope, and making all the poor popes and kings of the underworld kiss his feet. Puffing himself up, he gave them all his blessing, saying, "Buy pardons, you rascals, buy pardons. They're very cheap. I absolve you from bread and soup, and exempt you from ever being good for anything." Then he called Caillet and Triboulet, saying, My lords cardinals dispatched their bulls for them, 1 blow of the stick for each on the rump, and this was immediately administered. I saw Master Francois Villon asking Xerxes, "How much a pot of mustard?" "A farthing," said Xerxes. To which the said Villon replied, "The quarton egg sees you, wretch. 5 times the quantity is only worth half a farthing. You're overcharging us for victuals down here, aren't you?" Then he pissed into his tub as mustard makers do in Paris. I saw the mercenary archer of Bagnolet, who was an inquisitor of heretics. He found Pierce Forest pissing against a wall, on which was painted St. Anthony's fire. He declared him a heretic, and would have had him burned alive had it not been for Morgan, who, for his propitiate and other small fees, gave him 9 barrels of beer. "Now," said Pantagruel, "keep us these fine stories for another time. Only tell us how you sirs are treated down there." "I saw them," said Epistemon, "all busy looking for rusty pins and old nails in the gutters of the streets, as you see rascals doing in this world. But 100 weight of such old iron is worth no more than a scrap of bread there, and yet there is a very poor supply of it. So the poor misers sometimes go for more than 3 weeks without eating a crumb or morsel, and working day and night in anticipation of the fair to come. But they are so accursedly active that they think nothing of all this labor and misery, provided that by the end of the year they have gained a wretched pittance. Come," said Pantagruel, "let's have a bit of feasting, and let's drink, I beg of you, my lads. It's a good drinking season all this month." Then they brought out flagons and piles, and made grand cheer with the camp stores. But poor King Anarch could not make merry, whereupon Panurge said, To what trade shall we put our lord the king here, so that he shall be thoroughly skilled in his art when he goes down there to all the devils?" "Really," said Pantagruel, "that's a good question of yours. Here, do what you like with him. I make you a present of him." "Many thanks," replied Panurge. "The present's not one to be refused, and I take it kindly from you." 31. How Pantagruel entered the city of the Amorites, and how Panurge found a wife for King Anarch and made him a crier of green sauce. After this marvelous victory, Pantagruel sent Carpalin into the Amorite city to proclaim that King Anarch was taken and the enemy utterly defeated. When they heard this news, all the city's inhabitants came out to meet him. In good order and in great triumphal pomp, they most joyfully led him through the gate. Then huge bonfires were lit all about the city, and fine round tables loaded with plenty of food were set up in the streets. It was the golden age renewed. Such good cheer did they make in that place. But after assembling all the Senate, Pantagruel said, "Gentlemen, we must strike whilst the iron is hot. So before we take further relaxation, it is my wish that we go and capture the whole kingdom of the Dipsods by storm. Therefore let those who will come with me get ready tomorrow, after drinking, for then I shall begin my march. Not that I need more men to help me conquer it, since I have as good as captured it already. But I see that this city is so full of inhabitants that they can't turn round in the streets. So I shall take them as colonists into Dipsodia, and give them the whole land, which is finer, healthier, more fruitful, and more pleasant than any country in the world, as many of you know, who have been there in the past. Let each of you who wishes to come be ready, as I have said." This recommendation and decision was proclaimed all over the city. The next day there appeared in the square before the palace people, to the number of 1,856,011, not counting the women and small children. So they began to march straight into Dipsodia, in such good order that they were like the children of Israel when they departed from Egypt to cross the Red Sea. But before following up this enterprise, I want to tell you how Panurge treated his prisoner, King Anarch. He remembered what Epistemon had said about the way that kings and rich men of this world are treated in the Elysian fields, and how they earn their bread there in base and foul occupations. Therefore, one day, he dressed his king in a dainty little canvas doublet, all jagged and slashed like an Albanian's headdress, and in fine sailor's trousers. Though without shoes, for, said he, they would spoil his eyesight, and in a little blue bonnet, with a great capon's feather. No, I'm wrong. I think there were 2 feathers in it, and in a fine blue and green, purs et vert, belt, a livery which Panurge has suited him well, seeing that he had been a perverse fellow all his life. In this condition he led him before Pantagruel, and said to him, Do you know this Claude? No, indeed, answered Pantagruel. It's his peerless highness the king. I want to make an honest man of him, but these accursed kings are absolute dolts. They know nothing, and they're good for nothing except harming their poor subjects and troubling the whole world with wars, for their wicked and detestable pleasure. I mean to put him to a trade, and make him a hawker of green sauce. Now you, start crying, Do you want any green sauce? And the poor devil began his cry. That's too low, interrupted Panurge, and took him by the ear, saying, Sing high in the scale of G, like this, devil. You have a good voice. It was your greatest stroke of luck when you stopped being a king. And Pantagruel enjoyed everything, for I am bold enough to say that he was the best little fellow that ever was for many a yard round. So Anarch became a good crier of green sauce. 2 days afterward, Panurge married him to an old whore, and himself gave the wedding feast with fine sheep's heads, rich slices of roast pork with mustard, and excellent tripe with garlic, of which he sent 5 mule loads to Pantagruel, who ate them all. So tasty did he find them, and he drank good perry and apple cider. Now, to give them a dance, Panurge hired a blind man who made them music on his fiddle, and after dinner he led them to the palace, to show them to Pantagruel, saying to him as he pointed to the bride, There is no fear of her farting. Why? Asked Pantagruel. Because she's well slit, replied Panurge. What riddle is this? Asked Pantagruel. Don't you see? Replied Panurge. Well, if the chestnuts you roast at the fire aren't slit, they crack like mad. So to prevent their cracking, you slit them. Well, this bride is well split underneath, therefore she won't fart. Pantagruel gave them a little lodge near the lower street and a stone mortar to pound their sauce on. In this manner they set up their little household, and he was as pretty a crier of green sauce as ever was seen in Utopia. But I have been told since that his wife pounds him like plaster, and the poor fool dares not defend himself. He is so simple. 32. How Pantagruel covered a whole army with his tongue, and what the author saw in his mouth. So when Pantagruel with all his company entered the land of the Dipsodes, everyone was delighted, and immediately surrendered to him. Of their own free will they brought him the keys of all the towns where he went, except the Almorads, who tried to hold out against him, and replied to his heralds that they would not surrender except on good terms. What? Exclaimed Pantagruel. Do they ask for better terms than that? Than hand on pot and glass and fist? Come, let's put them to the sack. Then all lined up in their ranks, as if resolved to deliver an attack. But on the way, as they were passing over a great plain, they were overtaken by a huge storm of rain, whereupon they began to shiver and bunch close together. When he saw this, Pantagruel sent them a message by his captains that it was nothing, for he could see above the clouds that it would be no more than a little dew, but anyhow, they must put themselves in good order, and he would cover them. So they drew themselves up in good order and close together, and Pantagruel, putting his tongue only half out, covered them as a hen does her chickens. Meanwhile I, who am telling you this most authentic tale, had hidden myself under a burdock leaf, which was quite as wide as the arch of the bridge of Montreble. But when I saw them so well protected, I went off to shelter with them. This I could not do, there were so many of them, for as the saying goes, at the yard's end there's no cloth left. So I clambered on his tongue best I could, traveled for quite 6 miles over it before I came to his mouth. But oh, ye gods and goddesses, what did I see there? Jupiter confound me with his 3-forked lightning if I lie. I walked over it as one does in St. Sophia and Constantinople, and there I saw huge rocks like the Dental Mountains. I think they must have been his teeth, and large meadows, wide forests, and great strong cities, every bit as large as Lyon or Poitiers. The first man I met was a good fellow planting cabbages, and in my amazement I asked him, "What are you doing here, my friend?" "I am planting cabbages," he said. But how and what for? I asked. Ah, sir, said he, not everyone can have his bollocks as heavy as a mortar, and we can't all be rich. I earn my living this way and take them to sell in the market in the city, which is further in here. Jesus, I said, is there a new world here? Of course, said he, but it isn't in the least new. They do say, indeed, that outside there is a new earth, where they have both sun and moon, and that's packed full of fine things. But this one here is the older. Oh, yes, said I. But, my friend, what's the name of this town where you take your cabbages to sell? It's called Gullet Town, said he, and there are Christians there, excellent people who will give you a good welcome. To be brief, I decided to go there. Now on the road I met a fellow who was setting nets for pigeons, and I asked him, My friend, where do these pigeons of yours come from? Sir, said he, they come from the other world. Then it occurred to me that when Pantagruel yawned, the pigeons flew into his mouth in great flocks, thinking it was a dovecote. After that I went to town, which I found a fine one, very strong and in a good climate. But at the gate the keepers asked me for my bill of health, at which I was greatly astonished and asked them, Sirs, is there risk of the plague here? Oh, my lord, said they. They die so fast not far away that the cart's always running about the streets. Good God, said I, and where? They answered me that it was in Lernix and Fernix, which are two large cities like Rouen and Nantes, rich places with a great trade. And the cause of the plague was a stinking and infectious exhalation, which had recently been rising from the abyss, and of which more than 260,016 people had died in the last 8 days. Then I considered and calculated and decided that it was a rank breath which had been coming from Pantagruel's stomach, since he ate so much garlic sauce, as has been mentioned above. Departing from there, I passed between the rocks, which were his teeth, and went so far as to climb one. And there I found the most beautiful spots in the whole world, fine great tennis courts, magnificent galleries, beautiful meadows, plenty of vines, and an abundance of summer houses in the Italian fashion, scattered through fields full of delights. And there I stayed for quite 4 months, and never enjoyed myself as much as I did then. After that I went down by the back teeth and arrived at the lips, but on the way I was robbed by brigands in a great forest which lies in the region of the ears. I found a little village on the way down, I have forgotten its name, where I was better entertained than ever and earned a little money to live on. Do you know how? By sleeping. For there they hire men by the day as sleepers, and you earn 5 or 6 halfpence a time. But those who snore very loud are paid a good 7.5. I informed the senators there how I had been robbed on the way down, and they told me that the people on that side were evil livers and robbers by nature. Which taught me that just as we have countries cismontane and ultramontane, so they have them cisdentine and ultradentine. But it is a great deal better on the first named. But it is a great deal better on the first named side, and the air is purer. There I began to think how true the saying is that one half of the world doesn't know how the other half lives, seeing that no one had ever written about those countries in which there are more than 25 inhabited kingdoms, not counting the deserts and a broad arm of the sea. But I have made up a great book entitled The History of the Georgians, for that is what I have called them since they lived in my master Pantagruel's gorgeons. In the end I decided to return, and passing by his beard, jumped onto his shoulders, from which I slid down to the ground and fell in front of him. When he noticed me, he asked, Where have you come from, Alcofribus? From your throat, my lord, I replied. Since when were you there? Said he. Since the time when you went against the Almarodes, said I. That's more than 6 months ago, said he. And what did you live on? What did you drink? My lord, I replied, the same fare as you. I took toll of the tastiest morsels that went down your throat. Indeed, said he. And where did you shit? In your throat, my lord, said I. Ha, you're a fine fellow, said he. We have, by God's help, conquered the whole country of the Dipsodes. I confer on you the wardenship of Salmagundia. Many thanks, my lord, said I. You reward me beyond my deserts. 33. How Pantagruel fell ill and the method of his cure. A short time after this, the good Pantagruel fell ill and was so afflicted in his stomach that he could neither eat nor drink. Also, since misfortunes never come singly, he was taken with a hot piss, which pained him more than you might imagine. But his doctors came to his aid, and most successfully, for with plenty of lenitive and diuretic drugs, they made him piss his complaint away. But his piss was so hot but it has not grown cold since that day, and you will find some of it in different places in France, according to where it flowed. These are called hot baths, as for example, at Cauderetz, at Limoux, at Dax, at Ballarue-les-Bains, at Neris, at Bourbon-Lancy, and elsewhere, in Italy, at Monte Grotto, at Abano, at San Pietro Montagnone, at Saint Elena Battaglia, at Casanuova, at San Bartolomeo, at La Porretta, in the province of Bologna, and 1,000 other places, and I am greatly astonished at the crowd of foolish philosophers and doctors who waste time disputing where the heat of these waters come from, whether it is because of the borax, or the sulfur, or the alum, or the saltpeter which the minerals contain, for they are only rambling, and they would do better to go and rub their rumps against a thistle than waste their time like this, disputing about something they do not know the origin of. For the answer is easy, and there is no need to make further inquiry. These baths are hot because they rose from a hot piss by the good Pantagruel. Now, to tell you how he was cured of his principal ailment, I will record here how, as a laxative, he took 400 weight of scammony from Colophon, 138 cartloads of cassia, 11,900 pounds of rhubarb, not to count other messes. You must understand that, on the advice of his physicians, it was decided that what caused him his stomach ache should be removed. Therefore, they made 17 great copper balls, larger than the one on Virgil's needle at Rome, and so contrived that they opened in the middle and closed with a spring. Into one of them climbed one of his men, carrying a lantern with a lighted wick, and Pantagruel swallowed him in this way like a little pill. Into 5 others went other stout fellows, each carrying a pick at his neck. Into 3 more went 3 peasants, each carrying at his neck a shovel. Into 7 others went 7 faggot porters, each with a basket on his shoulders, and thus they were all swallowed as pills. When they were in the stomach, each released his spring, and they came out of their cabins, the man who carried the lantern first. Thereupon they tumbled more than half a league into a horrible gulf, fouler and more stinking than Mephitis, or the marsh of Camarina, or the fetid lake of Sorbonian, of which Strabo writes, and had it not been that they were well protected in the heart, stomach, and wine-pot, which is called the cranium, they would have been suffocated and destroyed by these abominable vapors. Oh, what a perfume, what effluvia, to soil the dainty masks of young and elegant maidens! Afterward, by groping and sniffing, they drew near to the fecal matter and the corrupted humors, and finally they found a pound of ordure. Then the pioneers picked at it to break it down, and the others piled it into their baskets with their shovels. And then, when it was all cleared away, each one retired into his ball. This done, Pantagruel forced himself to vomit, and easily threw them up. They were no more considerable in his throat than a gherkin in yours. Then they came out of their pills most joyfully. I was reminded of the Greeks emerging from the Trojan horse. And in this way Pantagruel was cured, and restored to his former good health. And of these brazen pills you have one at Orleans, on the steeple of the Church of the Holy Cross. 34. The conclusion of the present book, and the author's excuse. Now, gentlemen, you have heard a beginning of the horrific history of my lord and master Pantagruel, and here I will make an end of this present book, for I have a slight headache, and I clearly see that the registers in my brain are somewhat confused by this new September wine. You will have the rest of the story at the very next Frankfurt Book Fair, when you will learn how Panurge was married and cuckolded within a month of his wedding, how Pantagruel found the Philosopher's Stone, together with the manner of his finding it and using it, also how he crossed the Caspian Mountains, how he sailed across the Atlantic Sea, how he defeated the cannibals and conquered the Perilous Islands, how he married the daughter of the King of India, Prester John, how he fought against the devils, set 5 chambers of hell on fire, sacked the great black hall, threw Persephone into the flames, and broke 4 of Lucifer's teeth, also 1 horn on his rump, and how he visited the regions of the moon, to find out whether that orb would not be whole, but for the fact that women have 3/4 of it in their heads, together with 1,000 other little jests, all of them true. These are fine matters. So good night, gentlemen. Perdonate me, and do not dwell so much on my faults as not to give good thought to your own. If you say to me, it does not seem very wise of you to have written down all this gay and empty balderdash for us, I would reply that you do not show yourselves much wiser by taking pleasure in the reading of it. Still, if you read it as I wrote it, for mere amusement, we are both more deserving of forgiveness than the great rabble of false Cenobites, hooded cheats, sluggards, hypocrites, cantors, thumpers, monks in boots, and other such sects of people, who would have disguised themselves like maskers to deceive the world. For while they give the common folk to understand that they are only occupied in contemplation and devotions, and fast and mortification of the flesh, except in so far as it is necessary to sustain and nourish their slight and frail human natures, in reality they live very well, God knows how well. Et curiosus simulant sed bacchanalia vivunt. They pretend to be as austere as curious, but live in Bacchic riot. You may read it, written in great characters, illuminated on their red noses and their protuberant bellies, except at such times as they perfume themselves with sulphur. As for their studies, they are entirely devoted to the reading of the Pantagruelian books, not so much for a merry pastime, but for the purpose of doing someone a wicked mischief, by means of articulating, monarticulating, rhinecifying, buttocking, bollocking, and diabolicating, that is to say, calumniating him. In this they resemble those village ragamuffins who snuffle and rake through little children's shit when cherries are in season, black and white, in order to find the stones and sell them to the druggists, who make them into pomander oil. Fly from these men, abhor them, and hate them as much as I do, and I swear to you that you will find yourselves the better for it. If you want to be good Pantagruelists, moreover, that is to say, to live in peace, joy, and health, always make good cheer. Never trust in men who peer from under a cowl. End of the Chronicles of Pantagruel, king of the Dipsodes, drawn in their natural colors, with his terrible deeds and exploits, composed by the late M. Alcophobus, abstractor of the Contestants.